This Honorable House resumes the sitting. First of all, I would like to apologize to the listening public for a late start. Honorable members, we have to respect the House. We are supposed to start at 10 o'clock. It is now 1 o'clock. Our first call is to the House. We cannot continue going on this road the way we did. If we keep talking about the institution and how we want to uphold the institution, we ourselves have to be a better example. So I'm speaking to both sides of the aisle. Please, can we start coming on time and respect the people's time? Thank you. At this moment, I'll call on the Honorable Deputy Premier to continue his debate.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to debate this very, I would say, controversial motion. Mr. Speaker, I started last night and I was ready to go, fired up and ready to go. And because it was so late into the night, Mr. Speaker, When it gets inside and the steel inside the concrete starts to expand, when the steel starts to expand, the concrete starts to crack, and it will push off the concrete as we have some showers of blessings falling. When that steel expands and pushes off the concrete, you have pieces of concrete falling from the ceiling.
Excuse me, Honorable. We're having some problems with the internet and with the Facebook, so I'm going to call for a 5 minutes recess, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This Honorable House resumes its sitting. Honorable Member Deputy Premier, I would allow you to start over from the beginning, so you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had some technical difficulties for those persons who are listening at home. I had actually already started my contribution, but I'm young enough to start again from where I left off. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that I was grateful for the opportunity to have a good night's rest. I had started this contribution last night, very late into the night. And we wanted the public to be able to get a good night's rest before we started speaking on this motion, so persons can listen with a clear mind and be very attentive. This is the democratic process, Mr. Speaker. I myself am happy for the night's rest because I did not write my contribution. I wanted to speak from the heart. And sometimes early in the morning you get a download. And I thank God because it's a very difficult and controversial issue, but I see it so clearly. God gave me such a clear and fresh download that I was grateful for the opportunity to have that night's rest and come to speak on this motion today. Mr. Speaker, democracy is at war. These controversial and contentious issues are ones in which people have strong opinions, and persons have exercised their democratic and constitutional rights by sharing those opinions in various media and in various ways. Some persons were here at the House of Assembly on Monday using their constitutional right for freedom of assembly. And I welcome that, Mr. Speaker. But these are one of the issues that individuals have to speak their conscience. This vote today is a vote of conscience. And my debate today will be a debate of conscience. Mr. Speaker, I want to start this debate with Altair Scatliff Primary School. And it might seem on the surface that it's not connected, Mr. Speaker, but it is at the very heart of my contribution to this debate. Mr. Speaker, Altair Scatliff is somewhere around 40 years old. Mr. Speaker, I started going to the Road Town Infant School, which is right next to Altair Scatliff, around 1984 and 1985, somewhere around there. And Altair Scatliff was built just a short time before that. In fact, my great uncle, Teacher Mack, believe may have been one of the first principals in that new building. The older ones will have to correct me, right? I just reach on the odd. Yeah. The older ones will have to correct me. I think Teacher Mac was one of the first principals of that new structure. But, Mr. Speaker, Alter Scatliff is a very old building with a crumbling infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, there is a process called spalding. I was introduced to this concept by the engineer that took a look, the structural engineer that took a look at the Alter Scatliff Primary School building. Spalding is where you get water that gets into the concrete, perhaps through the roof, that probably needs to be resealed. And the steel inside the concrete starts to expand. And when that steel expands, the concrete cracks and it pushes off the concrete. And the concrete would therefore fall. And that was happening on the roof of Alter Scatliff, and pieces of concrete were falling. I'm told this process can start as early as 15 years into the construction of a building. Mr. Speaker, so possibly for the past 25 years, pieces of concrete have been falling from the roof at Alter Scatliff Primary School. It's not something that just started. Mr. Speaker, somewhere along the line, way before I was the Minister of Education, someone made a decision, I'm not sure who, to put a drop ceiling beneath the crumbling roof. So, and they put the drop ceiling there to stop the concrete from falling to the floor. It was not a good decision. I'll put it that way. So for years, this concrete would have been falling on the drop ceiling. And when it got heavy enough on the drop ceiling, the drop ceiling collapsed. Mr. Speaker, I say thank God it happened over the weekend. We have 7 days in a week. The children attend school 5 out of those 7 days. And by God's grace and mercies, that drop ceiling fell on the 2 out of the 7 days, or one of those 2 days. Isn't God good? God is good. God has been good to us, Mr. Speaker. That could have been a real tragedy. And, Mr. Speaker, when I contemplate what could have happened to a child of those children, I was fighting to hold back the tears in my eyes. And I started to think to myself, Mr. Speaker, this story of the roof at Altair Scatliff is symbolic of so many things. Symbolic of me, Mr. Speaker, because I feel the Virgin Islands has been going through a tough time. It's like we ourselves have been bearing this weight on our spirits for some time now. You have hurricanes, you have pandemic, you have COI. Like those pieces of concrete falling over time. And after a while, you can't take the weight anymore. And it feels like everything is collapsing around you. And the public feels like that. The public has had a hard time. And sometimes it feels like that one piece of concrete that fell just make everything collapse. And I believe that we as legislators, Mr. Speaker, we have to hear the cries of the people. People are having a tough time. You have to be sympathetic to their needs and their concerns. Mr. Speaker, the teachers spoke to me loud and clear. And I got the message. I must admit to you, Mr. Speaker, at first I felt defensive. You know, why are you behaving this particular way and you weren't doing it before when all of these things were happening or not happening? That was the wrong reaction. The very first reaction should be the weight has been on these teachers for years and years and years and years. Just like that drop ceiling. And it could have been a little pebble that dropped. And then everything collapsed. And that's what's happening with the teachers. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to one teacher yesterday. I had a meeting with the teachers at Elmer Stout High School. I heard their concerns, their passion, all the things they're struggling with. That weight has been building over years and years and years and years. It just collapsed. One teacher said to me, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not a crier, I have to tell you, I don't get very emotional. Teacher said something to me I had to fight again to hold back the tears. Teacher said, I want to apologize to you. You know, and I feel like I should apologize to the teacher. Teacher said, I want to apologize to you. And I want to let you know that this is nothing personal against you. Because I've seen over the past months that you really care for the teachers. And she said to me that the media might make it look otherwise, but these things have been going on in our system for a very long time. and we see that you care, and we see that you're fighting for us. That one hit me hard. I felt weak in my knees. How would I look shedding tears before this teacher? I had to take some deep breaths, Mr. Speaker. And I just thought about all of the confusion, all of the pain, the hurt, and the frustration out in the community. And I just thought to myself, look at what God can do. God brought so much clarity to this teacher's mind. Look at what God can do. And when this teacher apologized, I said to this teacher, I want to thank you. Not for apologizing. I want to thank you, and I want to thank the teachers. Because, Mr. Speaker, you have instructed me the way that we should approach education from here on out. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake. Since we were elected to office, meeting a very difficult situation, just about every school needing major works, and having limited resources, we have made some investments that need to be made. We have done a number of things. We're going through the process of building a school in Jasper and Dyke. We've refurbished the Ella Dorothy Turnbull building. We have our plans ready for Eslin Henley. We just demolished Isabella Morris. We're doing things. We rebuilt Brigado Flax Educational Center. We do all of these things, but the teachers showed me something, because every time somebody would ask me, I'd go through my little list of what we did, and the teachers showed me something that I was not seeing. The teachers wanted me to see that this is an emergency. It is an emergency. And the public feels it. They feel it for the teachers, and they feel it for the students, their children who have to go into these schools. It is an emergency. So when, Mr. Speaker, we use taxpayers' dollars to do certain things, it sends a message. And I want to thank the teachers for showing me that. Mr. Speaker, I believe I've gotten the message, and I believe my government, this administration I'm part of, have seen a message. I made a cry, Mr. Speaker. I gave an address on Sunday, and I made a cry. And I said, member for the 2nd District referenced it. It's not a secret. I'm not making a secret to anyone. I made a cry for $2 million for the maintenance of the schools. And then I know it's going to cause a problem to the whole process. My honorable colleague told me ask for 3. I up it to 3 and let them talk me down to 2. But I made a cry and I made a plea for the money to do what I have to do. And by God's grace and mercies, I've already seen fruit of that cry. Don't think I'm not going to argue for more. We are at budget A, the first draft of the budget, and I would say we're nearly there to where we need to get to. And that's just by minimum. We're nearly there. I spoke to the Minister of Finance about let's start off this thing from now. Let's not even wait for the new year. And he's a man who walked with the Lord. I believe the Lord moved his spirit to find that money for me. I want to thank him because every time I've come to him with a challenge, he has sought to address it. And I believe he's going to make sure at the very beginning of the next budget cycle that we'll have what we need so that we can be on top of it. But the people want us to see that the education is an emergency and find the resources to address the emergency. And I believe if we do that, the public will understand other emergencies. The public will understand it. But they're not going to get it understand if you ignore one emergency. They will not get it understood. And that's partly what you hear from the public as it pertains to this motion and the $120,000. Public is saying my salary is this. We want you to see this emergency. My situation is this. We want you to see my emergency. And my original reaction is defensive, but my reaction right now is I see your emergency. And this is what we're going to do to address it with urgency. And let's keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, let us keep in mind that we all have a part to play in the urgency. Because we have made commendable efforts in some areas, and then you meet up against something called bureaucracy, and you meet up against this and you meet up against that. That tends to slow you down. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want anyone to get confused. We have done very good things as a government since coming to office. The story is not always told because, of course, a lot of persons rely on the media for their information. And let me just say that we have an approach to media in some instances, and persons working in media in some instances that's not helpful in engendering an atmosphere of truth and accuracy. The same media will probably twist up my words and run a story. And the public, those persons who are actually listening to the sitting, as opposed to just reading a headline and a story, has to be able to call out these media houses. For instance, the Premier came in here and made a comment on a motion exempting our very own Deputy Speaker from vacating a seat. Just made a comment about how he thinks you can solve this issue in the future. Just something to contemplate and to meditate on. The media wrote a story that we're getting ready to raise backbenchers' salary. I mean, come on. Inaccurate, misleading. We can do better. There was one story on one news site said we docking the teachers' pay. I'm trying to figure out where you got this from. Did you get an official announcement from the Teaching Service Commission or the governor who's responsible for discipline? Some senior source in some nonsense. Reckless journalism. Can you imagine that? You didn't get anything official from the Teaching Service Commission, who is responsible for discipline of teachers. But you go print and say that they're docking the pay. That is reckless. We have to call it out. Let's do better. Let the facts speak for themselves and let people make up their own mind. We've done some good things. But what we have to show the people now is that we hear their cries and we're going to respond to their emergencies. And we'll communicate with them about the challenges we have in doing so. And I believe people will be able to have a conversation with them. And Mr. Speaker, I'm committing myself to that. I'm going to fight. I don't know if I could say that in the house, right? I'm going to fight like, can I say fight like crazy? Can I say that? I'm going to fight like crazy to address those emergencies that people under me are experiencing. I'm going to be relentless in that fight. Mr. Speaker, so there's other things that have influenced persons' views on this matter of exempting the Honorable Speaker from paying these fees. The other thing that has impacted, besides the money, is $120,000 that we believe could be used to address our emergencies. The other thing that influences how persons see this particular matter has to do with their view of the Speaker himself. Honorable Julian Willock. Let me say, on the very face of it, that Honorable Julian Willock and I, we haven't always gotten along. I joined the Virgin Islands Party, and what year was this, Honorable Malone? Honorable Malone brought me into the party. Honorable Malone said, stop playing around and let's get this thing started. Stop playing. Say, Honorable Malone, I am committed to this party. I have to see it through to the end. After I take that last beating I took, I take a beating. The first time I ran, Mr. Speaker, was 2011. About 4 of us. 4 young bucks. Mr. Speaker, I went to the counting poll at Bargus Bay. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I was sitting there thinking I was going to win. Man, when they start to call, and about every 100 votes I hear, Wheatley. And then when I went another 200-300, Wheatley. I said, my son, let me go home here. People got me here as a papi show. Let me go here. But Wheatley. I wish I could have got my vote. I wish I could have given my vote them away. Them vote ain't doing nothing. Lord. I thought I was going to win, Mr. Speaker. I think I end up getting, I'm surprised I get so much, honestly. I get about 700-800 votes, territory-wide. And other people getting 5,000. I thought I was going to win, Mr. Speaker. When 2015 rolled around, I know you were a rap. I didn't even show up at the poll. A little bit after that, I can't remember when it was. Not too long after I sent in my resignation to the other party, and we started with the Virgin Islands Party, and we started building. I think around 2016, in November, we had a Congress. And I don't know if you should talk all here, but we all know that Honorable Speaker was a supporter of the Honorable Julian Fraser. And at that time, we had a fierce battle taking place. And I love to see us getting along here now. But back then, it wasn't so nice. And after that, I would just start seeing myself show up in Vino cartoon and Vino stories in a somewhat unflattering way. I know the Speaker don't write stories. But, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that persons have some challenges with Honorable Julian Willock. Persons see him as arrogant. See, he show up at the COI hearing. You will refer to me as Honorable Julian Willock. And the public here watching, well, who is this guy? Who is this guy? The esteemed former permanent secretary, Honorable Speaker Julian Willock. But Mr. Speaker, This thing has nothing to do with personalities. My contribution today doesn't have a thing to do with Julian Willock, the man. And whether I like him, whether I don't like him, whether we got along well, we didn't get along well, whether I don't like something he did to me, it has nothing to do with that, Mr. Speaker. Complete non-issue. I'm happy to say the Speaker and I, we get along very well in a professional way. He's the Speaker of the House, we have to interact. And we get along in a very professional way. And I try my best not to judge persons. If someone is a particular way, I try my best to try to understand them. Maybe you're calling yourself esteemed. Maybe at some point in your life you didn't feel so esteemed. You know, maybe you're presenting yourself a particular way to a world. Maybe persons feel lonely at times. Maybe people feel like they're lacking in something, Mr. Speaker. So I try to understand people. And I'm the type of person, even when I was in school, everybody else beating up on somebody, I would go over there and I'd extend a hand to them. I root for the underdog, Mr. Speaker. And guess what? He's a Virgin Islander. He's a Virgin Islander. What we say, he's one of we. And I'm going to get into in a little while how we treat each other. I'm going to get into that. How we treat each other. Sometimes we as Virgin Islanders, we don't treat each other well. And I want us to stop it. So that impacts somehow how we see this situation. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to try to look at the situation and divorce yourself from any influence of what you think about Julian Willock, the man. What your particular view is has nothing to do with him as a personality. Mr. Speaker, the last thing that has influenced person's opinion on this particular motion are the actual facts of what transpired. The actual merits of the case. Mr. Speaker, I note some key facts that should be brought to the fore. Mr. Speaker, we have something called the Legal Professions Act. It's a law of the Virgin Islands. I think it came about in 2015, if I'm correct. And I have to study the law a little more, Mr. Speaker, but that law mandates, it's not an option, mandates that those persons who practice law in the Virgin Islands have to be called to the bar. Anybody could raise on a point of information if that's not correct. The Commission of Inquiry, ironically, the former governor, Augustus Jasper, commissioned an inquiry to look into things, among other things, like the potential for corruption, abuse of office, etc., in the terms and reference of the commission. Ironically, they are looking into matters such as breaches of laws. And they have 3 individuals. I don't remember their names. Mr. Rowett is one, I believe. I think another one named King. There's about 3 of them, who are doing legal work in the Virgin Islands and were not called to the bar. That's a very important fact that must be aired, must be ventilated. Another important fact: when you breach that law, it is a criminal offense. I'm going to get into why I believe these Commission of Inquiry lawyers committing criminal offenses in the Virgin Islands is no big deal to us. I don't think the opposition, I wasn't here the whole time, I don't think the opposition mentioned it, but if they did, I apologize. I don't think anybody marched on it. Nobody is outraged by it. And my conscience, remember I'm debating my conscience now. My conscience cannot allow me not to bring it up and not to recognize it. Because it doesn't matter whether you come from the United Kingdom, it doesn't matter whether you come from Guyana, it doesn't matter where you come from Australia, it don't matter where you come from, you should respect the laws of the Virgin Islands. And if you do not respect those laws, it shows a fundamental lack of respect for this country. Why is it that nobody is outraged at that? Why is it we can only see things from one side? I want somebody to examine it for me and tell me why it's no big deal for us. What the speaker did is not a criminal offense. It's not. These 3 lawyers committed a criminal offense. I challenge anyone to tell me different. The Honorable Speaker made an application before the courts to object to their, please correct me if I'm wrong, their participation in the proceedings based on this breach. And after filed an injunction to stop them from being a part of the proceedings until the case was heard. If I get anything wrong, somebody will correct me. Now, this injunction, the facts around it, I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And I believe that setting up this select committee to closely examine all the facts is the responsible and mature thing to do. Because honorable member for the 2nd District might have a piece of the information. Honorable leader of the opposition might have a piece of the information. Honorable Attorney General might have a piece of the information. And then perhaps maybe there's the need for a legal opinion here or there. And we bring all of that together. Bring all the facts together. And have to have an objective view of the facts. Mr. Speaker, I have to be honest with you. If I was in a meeting of the House of Assembly, whether informal or formal, and it was put to me whether we should challenge these persons participating in the proceedings while they were in breach of our laws, I would have said very clearly, it should be challenged. And I would love to hear reasons from anyone to say that it should not be challenged. I'm talking about before filing the injunction. If anybody had asked me that in an informal or formal setting, whether these 3 lawyers should be challenged, I would have said yes. And I would have struggled to understand any reasons why they should not. Do you think, Honorable Speaker, if persons came from other places and in other situations, they would be shown leniency? So let's get the committee together and let's have an objective look at the facts. I don't claim to know, but it's a question in my mind whether persons who come from St. Kitts or this or that place can practice law in the Virgin Islands without being called to the bar, without penalty. That's what I want to know. Mr. Speaker, without having the benefit of all the facts, I will say cautiously, Mr. Speaker, that it is quite possible that the Speaker could have erred I would like to know whether the Speaker got good advice, good legal advice. I would like to hear from some of our top legal minds in the Virgin Islands, multiple ones. What's their view of the judgment? Those things I'd be interested in knowing, Mr. Speaker. To see if indeed the judgment was a fair one. We know that some judges have one view and there are judges who have another view. We like to make a look at it like everything is objective in law. No, it's not. One judge look at the particular facts, they listen to how it's argued, and based on how these facts are argued, they come to a particular conclusion. And somebody else might come to another conclusion. But given the risk in a case like this, given the fact that you can incur more fees, it's quite risky. So I can see why the Speaker would have withdrawn the injunction. You could end up being in for a lot more than the 120K or whatever it is. It's risky. So, but even if the Speaker erred, even if the Speaker made mistakes, even if the Speaker wasn't advised well, even if potentially the judge came to the wrong conclusion, the question still remains for me. Did these lawyers err? Did they err? Were they perfect? Did they do what they were supposed to do? And why is it? Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that we refuse to see they're wrong, but we can very clearly see the Speaker's wrong and say, crucify him. Crucify him. I have a theory, Mr. Speaker. I have a theory. My theory is we are doing what we have been trained to do over the course of 500 plus years. And that's a hard conclusion for some people to swallow and accept. Mr. Speaker, one member spoke about courage. Mr. Speaker, voting against exempting the Speaker, that doesn't take courage. Mr. Speaker, out there hot, I get in texts left and right. The easy thing to do would say, boy, Speaker, you on your own. Say, show courage. The easy thing to do would be say, boy, I ain't in that with you. I know those guys wrong, but guess what? You on your own. That's the easy thing to do. Mr. Speaker, we talk about courage. You know what takes courage? Standing up to the United Kingdom. Standing up to this commission of inquiry. I bring it up all the time, but people don't want to hear it. I'm going to keep saying it. They call for a commission of inquiry in the UK. These are facts. We want to pay attention to the facts we want to pay attention to. These are the facts. They called for a commission of inquiry. Persons were calling the administration of Boris Johnson corrupt. And they demanded an inquiry. Boris Johnson said, now is not the time. Let us focus on the response to the pandemic. Who are we? Who are we? Chap liver? I can show you many instances of inequality. So it's not the right time for inquiry in England. But in the Virgin Islands, it's the right time. Why? Because you enslaved us, and you are our administering power, which is a nice way of saying our colonizer. That's the reason why you could have a commission of inquiry here, but not in the UK. Why are you focusing on that far? That ain't got nothing to do with we here, does it? Does it not? Mr. Speaker, they say Shawande used to march every week. And every time you turn around Shawande marching for this, marching for that. Every week you were out there with a picket sign. Mr. Speaker, I can remember very vividly every single issue I marched on or rallied on. And I'm consistent in being able to recognize who the enemy was. And I'm not, when I say enemy, I'm not even talking about people. Just in case some persons want to get confused. The biggest issue I marched against was Bywater. I marched against Bywater. And this is what the people don't understand. They don't understand who the real enemy is. And I'm not talking about those persons from Bywater or Seven Seas. I'm talking about inequality. I'm talking about dominating our economy, taking away opportunities from us. That's the enemy. That's why I fought against. Company came from the UK to take opportunities away from our people. I wasn't marching against Honorable Fraser or Honorable O'Neill. I wasn't see the big picture. See the big picture. I was arguing against, I was marching against taking away our opportunities from us. I was standing up for the vision of Noah Lloyd. Same thing when they came with the Beef Island development. I was rallying. We never had a match for that one. We had a rally in the park. This is before we call it Noah Lloyd Park, or just Palm Grove Park at that time. People like myself and the late great Washasha X. People like Noni Georges and those type of persons. We rallied against this Beef Island thing, first of all, because we wanted to protect our environment. They were going to destroy Hans Creek. They had about a 10-acre salt pond they were going to dig out there and create some kind of marina island. I rallied against it. I wasn't rallying against the NDP. They were just the ones who were bringing the decision. I was rallying against persons coming from elsewhere to destroy our environment and take our economic opportunities. So every week he marching. I rallied against the NHI. That one there we just had a petition, that's all we did. We had no march, no rally, just a petition. All I told them is think this thing through properly, go back to the drawing board. That's all I said. Members of the opposition telling us, you're taking too long fixing this thing. And when I was telling them, go back to the drawing board, don't rush the brush, go back to the drawing board on it, they say we're moving forward. Okay, we're moving forward. I have a big problem on our hands with the NHI. I'm struggling to remember another issue. The last match I did, my cousin Heritage on a truck by himself. Lord, I had a one-man chipping behind the truck. I had a one-man chipping behind the truck. I think I see Washasha on the side. The amount of people behind that truck couldn't even fill up a car. I think Heritage had a match against everything. Matching against everything. I love my cousin. Lord, he gave me some blows on the radio. I love my cousin. I love my cousin. So they say, boy, show one day he marching again. He used to march every week, but he ain't marching again. Because we don't know who the enemy is. And we don't know what the fight is we're in. So one day don't march. So one day go to the United Nations in New York. Hitting Babylon some real body blow. Lord, we got Rastaman fighting against Julian Willard. And they'd be on the radio back in the COI. How Rastaman get to support the COI? A law passed from 1880. Just a few years removed from slavery. Don't give you the opportunity to even cross-examine. I have one Rastaman who does call Tola Radio. Now he speak with clarity. Heritage call him the premier. He speak with clarity. He see very clearly what the COI is all about. He knows what it's about. He can see what has been done in the talks and Caicos. We don't know what the fight is. We don't know what the battle is. Members of the opposition, I have to tell the public that I love them. I love my cousin. I love my classmate. And I wish we could agree more. I understand they have a responsibility. But this issue here we disagree on. And it's a serious issue. The COI has come and their portions. I can't talk about the commissioner, but I know there are persons who want to use this COI to take away the BVI from us. It's not out of the realm of possibility because that's what happened in the talks in Caicos Islands. And it's nothing that the British wouldn't do. And they are coming here to make a case against us. And the best thing that we can do as Virgin Islanders is endorse every conclusion they're trying to prove. They call us corrupt. They say they try and prove us corrupt. And every speech we make is trying to show how corrupt we are. Boy, we outrage on a lot of things. I'm not saying we can't be outraged on cartoons and stuff. I think you can be outraged on those things. Those things are outrageous. But why is it we not outraged when the former governor come here and say we have officials who are drug dealing? The former foreign secretary paint a picture of us as like a corrupt den of thieves. They run all kind of stories on us. Why is there no outrage? The COI skillfully and deceitfully made it seem to the public that we approved persons guilty of rape. You think the commissioner inquiry did that by mistake? Why do we not reference the letter that came out after they did that from the Attorney General? Condemning them for that deceitful action that they took, seeking to paint a picture of the cabinet of the Virgin Islands as taking an irresponsible course of action. Do you know what they were attempting to do when they did that? They're saying to you that you are not qualified to lead. And they're not talking about VIP. Because they'll take the NDP and rake them over the same coals. They're trying to show you, the public, forget about this idea of having your own autonomy. Your leaders are incapable, morally, intellectually, so that when we come and take over, you'll say, there are people calling for them to come and take over, falling right into their trap. Oh gosh, do we know what we're doing? And then we're going to talk about heroes and foreparents. We're going to talk about our great leaders. And we're going to talk about, we have a holiday coming up later this year, later this month. The Great March and Restoration Day. The 1949 Great March and Restoration Day. Do we know what Faulkner was fighting for? Do we know who Faulkner was fighting? Gladney Fonseca, Carlton de Castro. Do we know who they were fighting? They were fighting the same British to give us some measure of democracy here. I believe 1950 must have been the first time, the historians will have to correct me, that every individual would have had the opportunity to be able to vote. That persons who could only run and vote if they had land, if they could read, things like that. We're fighting for democracy for the people. Come on, man. The people march for it, and we want to give it away on a platter. When you talk about respect, what about respect for those people, those 1,500 who marched for democracy, for autonomy? What about those people, Mr. Speaker? What about Perrine Georges, who testified against this British planter, Arthur Hodge, who used to just kill the enslaved persons at a whim? Pick up a mango, just kill you. Pour hot water down your throat. We don't feel badly when we go seek to give it away, what they fought hard for. We had Josiah's Bay Rebellion. We had cattle tax riots. In every case, Mr. Speaker, we were fighting against the same enemy. Mr. Speaker, I could even look at Noah Lloyd. Who do you think Noah Lloyd was fighting against? You think Noah Lloyd was fighting against late great Lavity Stout or back in 1968? No, he was fighting against British developer Bates, Ken Bates. And he was fighting against, again, taking away our economic opportunities from us. Look at Wickhamski today. That put us on a path, on a trajectory towards the economic independence and prosperity we enjoy today. That positive action movement was us moving. It changed our destiny. Look at all of those prominent and wealthy persons on Wickham's Key, none of them would have been there. Noah Lloyd fighting against British developer Ken Bates. You think Annie Guardian would have had a piece of land to fight over? Not for Noah Lloyd. The entire island of Antigua gone. Think about that when you go over there for the Lobster Fest. We should have a statue of Noah Lloyd and the Positive Action Movement in Antigua. Let's work on that. Mr. Speaker, we tend not to see the big picture because we're too busy fighting each other. We're fighting for power. And it's a dangerous game. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite naive, innocent. I would just envision politics to be fighting it out on the different views on the issues. But that's just me. We use every trick in the book. Tell you how much bush cutting 120,000 could get. It's good. It's good. Those guys are skillful. But let's not make this a party thing. Because we could go back and ask yourself how much bush cutting the 7.2 million could have get you. And how much school the 7.2 million could have built. Let's just don't go there at all. It don't make any sense. Just lead her out of it at all. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why politics has to be in the way that it is. Mr. Speaker, there's some persons who say, if you vote for this, if you vote for that, I'm not going to vote for you next election. I want to make something clear to everybody. My desire to serve the people has nothing to do with any kind of benefits that you think I might have. And if you really ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, if you really examine it, it's really a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker sitting on the thing is a heavy sacrifice. It's a heavy sacrifice. The only reason you do it. Mr. Speaker, I had a conversation with some bus drivers. Lord, we got to help the bus drivers, Minister of Finance. These bus drivers told me there's absolutely no economic benefit to picking up the school children. We ain't making not a piece, a drop of money doing it. The only reason you do it is national service. It's a sacrifice. So, Mr. Speaker, I gladly offer myself to the people to serve them. But I ain't going to tell no lie. I ain't gonna do anything dishonest. I ain't gonna muzzle myself. You could forget that. I'm gonna always come here and I'm gonna speak from the heart. I'm gonna do my best to improve the conditions of the people. And then I go before the people and I accept the result. And if it be God's will, it will happen. If it's not God's will, I accept it. You can't, not a soul can threaten me with a vote. Mr. Speaker. Now you are correct when you say that the people are the boss. The people are the boss. But even the boss, Mr. Speaker, can't stop you from speaking your conscience. And let me tell you about leadership. There's some supposed leadership that follows public opinion and panders to public opinion. And there's leadership that helps to shape public opinion. That's real leadership. Martin Luther King. You think everybody agreed with Martin Luther King when he started out? But he was such a leader, so courageous, so persuasive, so principled, that he brought people along with him. I'm not the type of leader to pander. I stand on a principle. I have healthy dialogue. And then we come to a conclusion. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you cannot come to the right conclusion without having the right information. And if you have come to a conclusion without the right information, you cannot, that conclusion may not be right. I want to ask the public, if the governor, John Rankin, His Excellency, I wonder if the public knows that he has the power under Section 103 to just go into the consolidated fund and take up money. Honorable Premier, you know if the people know that? Have they been educated about that? That's a question I have. John Duncan used it, former governor. He used his powers to take money out of the treasury. Now I heard in the commissioner inquiry the governor say he needs a lawyer. A good question to ask is, who's going to pay for those lawyers? Who's going to pay for the governor's legal fees? These same commissioner inquiry lawyers, if they have to go and defend themselves before the court, who will pay? And if the governor uses his powers in 103 to pay for those lawyers, will there be one person who matches? We got a lot of energy for people who look like us. We got a lot of fire. We got a lot of picket sign. We got a lot of bullhorn. Let the governor use his powers. He could take up 120, he could take up 1,000,000. Not one will match. And then we talk about courage. Who have courage. Mr. Speaker, don't tell me about courage. I had a police officer aiming a rifle at my head more than once. Don't tell me about courage. Don't tell me about courage. One time I went to Africa. Certain part of the trip I can't disclose. But I had a soldier. This is in Guinea, Conakry. Speaking French, I couldn't understand a word he was saying. Waving a machine gun in my face. And they tell me when we got out of that jam, that ain't nothing for them to leave somebody just in the bush. You never hear from them again. Don't tell me about courage. Mr. Speaker, I ain't giving up my backbone for anybody. So we could agree to disagree on certain things, Mr. Speaker, but I want to let Parsons know that I will not sacrifice my conscience for anybody. And I say to you, without a shadow of a doubt, that there is an injustice taking place in this country. There's an inequality taking place in this country right now. There are persons who are blind to who the real enemy is right now. Mr. Speaker, it's wise. It was a wise call for the Premier to say, let's sit down in a committee and ascertain the facts. Let's sit down in a committee and ascertain the facts. All of those persons out there who are upset, get the facts. Have a proper, impartial, dispassionate view of the facts. And let's come to a conclusion. Mr. Speaker. But after we go through this democratic process, let us remain united. Let us not allow what the COI has done here to divide us. Nobody talking about the COI, right? None of this would be happening if we didn't have a COI on us. We can talk about the legal fees for the COI. But Mr. Speaker, no one can expect you to have a COI and just lay down and let them take the country from us. All of the legal fees as a result of this COI are a direct result of the decision of the United Kingdom to impose the COI on us at a time when we're struggling with pandemics and hurricane recovery, among other things. And just like I said with the concrete falling on those ceiling tiles, we have concrete falling, resting on top of ceiling tiles here in the Virgin Islands. And the UK, instead of giving us some relief, they drop an anchor on top of the ceiling tiles with a COI and have us fighting against each other. Have us fighting against each other. Some people out there say they despise me, expressing sheer and adulterated hatred. Mr. Speaker, one lady of European descent made a public post on Facebook and said I should be lynched, I'm paraphrasing, at the Sunday Morning Well. And I don't see the outrage. Because who am I? A little black boy from Fat Agsby. Those things don't outrage us. Mr. Speaker, I get weary. But they say do not get weary in well-doing. Mr. Speaker, I can't lie to you. I have to be honest, my spirit had sunk a bit over the last few days, but I'm finding the energy and the courage to continue to fight for a better Virgin Islands. And part of the fight for a better Virgin Islands has to do with helping us to open up our eyes. Open our eyes and see clearly what's taking place here in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I'll close off by saying I support the motion to form the Select Committee so we can have all the facts, look at them objectively, and make a choice. But I will repeat again, Mr. Speaker, I will say it yet again. Let us not allow the age-old tactic of divide and rule to destroy the Virgin Islands and allow them to take it from us yet again. Let's draw on the spirits of our ancestors, their example, their courage, and let's fight for a better Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Premier, I thank you for that passionate contribution. At this time, I'll call on the Honorable Junior Minister of Tourism, Honorable Sherry De Castro. After that, we break for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to ask your kind permission to read from my notes.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all the discourse that has been taken, I have decided to focus on the information that is before me and make my arguments solely based on the facts as I have understood them, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that it's very important debate potential to up political posturing. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Am I being heard better? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll start over since I wasn't being heard properly.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, with all the discourse that has been taking place, I have decided to focus on the information that is before me and make my argument solely based on the facts as I have understood them, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this indeed is a very important debate and one that has the potential to conjure up political posturing. As such, I will be deliberate in my intention to remain objective so that my contribution may remain true to context. The motion before us seeks to resolve a decision as to who is responsible for the cost incurred as legal fees for a decision to challenge the lawyers acting on behalf of the Commission of Inquiry to determine if they were practicing illegally under Virgin Islands law. That, Mr. Speaker, is the general reason for the debate. Over the past few days, Mr. Speaker, I have had the tedious task of reviewing various documents and correspondences regarding this matter so that I can make an informed contribution to this debate, void of any other influences. I am aware have resulted in the debate evolving to include matters such as the right to protest, the issue of satire in the media, funding as it relates to education, and so on, Mr. Speaker. I agree. Those are all critically important subjects, Mr. Speaker, that I feel extremely strongly about and that I will address in due course. However, Mr. Speaker, I have decided to focus on the motion at hand. Now, I must admit that I do not have comprehensive knowledge that would encapsulate all the nuances in this matter, Mr. Speaker. However, I feel confident in what I have read and observed to have made this assessment that I am presenting today. I know that this matter has sparked a lot of interest, and rightfully so. Yet I think that there are a number of things that we have to consider. For example, Mr. Speaker, I am in full agreement that anyone practicing law in the Virgin Islands should be doing so legally. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I am unapologetic in my conviction that if it is that the laws are being circumvented by the lawyers in question, or anyone for that matter, they should be held to account. So as for me, the matter of whether or not a legal challenge was warranted is not up for debate today, Mr. Speaker, as I believe it was merited. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I am perturbed that there wasn't public outcry in this regard. But, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the circumstances surrounding this matter, I also cannot blame anyone for not having a better appreciation for the decision to mount such a challenge. It is often said, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. And Mr. Speaker, I have concluded that the people were not duly informed of the facts. To be honest, some of us as members were not absolutely clear as to the reason or the approach with the decision taken. If there was a question, Mr. Speaker, as to whether there is just cause for the actions to be brought, the fact that the lawyers in question belatedly applied to the High Court for consideration to be admitted to practice as solicitors in the territory should answer that question, Mr. Speaker. So then, it is now not a matter of if, but a matter of how. The way in which the matter was approached left a lot to be desired. Mr. Speaker, if we are posing a challenge claiming that someone is circumventing our laws, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that in doing so, we are not circumventing our own processes. As such, for me, this is where I have a challenge with this whole thing. Now, this discomfort should not come as a surprise to any of my colleagues, as I have emphatically expressed my opinion, which contributed to an amendment to the previous resolution and resulted in the one that is before us now, that I can say is one that I can now lend my full support to. With that said, Mr. Speaker, in summary of my contribution, I have to reiterate that even though I am of the opinion that there is sound reasoning for the decision to bring the case in question, its importance and relevance has been seemingly lost on the people. And I think it is because of what appears to be a disregard for the relevant processes. In addition, it is my summation, Mr. Speaker, that a concerted effort was not made to properly inform the people on the how, the why, and the intention behind the decision. And I think at this point, Mr. Speaker, it was particularly important to do so, especially considering that funding is required for other priority areas. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I strongly recommend that we all see this as an opportunity to do a better job at communicating with the people of this territory. We can no longer take for granted, Mr. Speaker, that the people who have put us here have a vested interest in the business of this territory. Mr. Speaker, and the idea that we sometimes feel that we can act without properly informing them on the business of the day is downright foolishness. With that being said, and after considering all the circumstances as it relates to this matter, Mr. Speaker, I have to admit that I am conflicted. Conflicted in the sense that I do believe that the Speaker may have been acting in his official capacity and with good intentions. Yet, I have concluded that because the necessary processes were not fully observed, in addition to the ruling from the judge on the matter, a complication has now arisen, and it is no longer just a straightforward matter. This is why I am in full agreement with the decision being forwarded to a select committee of the House to assess and investigate all the factors and come to a conclusion that will then be forwarded to the whole House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that a valuable lesson has been learned by all of us. Or at the very least, Mr. Speaker, a reminder that we are not members of an autocracy, Mr. Speaker, where we get to do as we please, but rather we are duly elected and appointed members of a democratic structure of government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that this may not be the most popular stance, especially on a matter that has sparked such public outrage, which heightens the temptation to act impulsively. But, Mr. Speaker, I will not do that. I have to feel comfortable within myself, Mr. Speaker, that I am taking a position that gives due process to all sides. Mr. Speaker, because I endeavor to always be fair and to always be objective, because that is my obligation to the people, Mr. Speaker. And I also have to act with due consideration to the laws that govern this territory. Mr. Speaker, it is the duty that I owe to the people of this territory, to myself, and to my Creator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sherry De Castro, Junior Minister of Tourism. At this moment, we will break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 4. This house is now in recess.
contributions from both opposition members is that what they failed to speak about and address. Mr. Speaker, what they spoke about exactly is what this motion outlines. Mr. Speaker, there is no dispute that the House did not give the Speaker permission, nor did the AG give permission, Mr. Speaker. That is crystal clear. At no time did they address the laws of these Virgin Islands, that they were broken by the UK lawyers. At no time did they attempt to address the disrespect of the institutions. At no time did they mention that those lawyers needed to be called to the bar. What was established from the motion, or what is established from this motion, Mr. Speaker, is that it's already conceded that there was no express authorization given to the Speaker of the House of Assembly to file an injunction. Be it right or be it wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, this resolution seeks to have the Select Committee determine the facts. Mr. Speaker, the Select Committee mandate is to do a fact-finding mission on what is taking place, Mr. Speaker. And it reads that this Honorable House, by order, appoints a special committee with no more than 5 members, but no less than 3, to consider and to report as to which of the following recommendation is to be made to the House of Assembly. That there was no expressed permission by the House of Assembly, but the Honorable Speaker acted in his official capacity and in good faith, relying on the assumption of permission being at least implied and consistent with his duty, and the action is deemed warranted and with merit, and as a result, the payment of costs would be approved by the House of Assembly. That is A. B, Mr. Speaker, that there was no express permission by the House of Assembly, but the Honorable Speaker acted in his official capacity and in good faith, relying on the assumption of the permission being at least implied and consistent with his duty. And the action is deemed warranted and with merit, but the payment of cost would not be approved by the House of Assembly. And C, there was no express permission by the House of Assembly, but the Honorable Speaker acted in his official capacity and in good faith, relying on the assumption of permission being at least implied and consistent with his duty. The action is not deemed warranted and is without merit. And as a result, there should be no consideration of the matter by the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is important that in the midst of confusion, whether as a result of the natural course of things and or contrived, that one remains calm, sober, and cognizant. It is critical that when we find ourselves in strange places, that we understand that what is required is not heat, but light. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear-eyed and something. At the core of this motion, it begs the question, are we a territory of law and order? Or are we a make-up as we go territory, depending on who you are? Mr. Speaker, or are we a people governed and guided by a constitution on which basic and fundamental principles are embedded? Principles, Mr. Speaker, not personalities. Principle, Mr. Speaker, not politics. Today I want to appeal to the residents of these beautiful Virgin Islands to take a principled position on this motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard it mentioned yesterday, and I will not accept us being compared to North Korea. Mr. Speaker, I rebuke that and I take that out of this atmosphere. Now I cannot tell the member what to say or what not to say. But that comparison, I cannot accept. Mr. Speaker, my appeal to the residents of these beautiful Virgin Islands is to take a principled position on this motion. This is not about Julian Willock, the man. Mr. Speaker, there must be consideration for the laws of this territory. Maintaining our institutions, Mr. Speaker, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative institutions. This is about the high standards of our legal framework. This is about institutional building and garnering a sense of respect and equality. Mr. Speaker, this is about protecting the Constitution that we have sworn to protect. Mr. Speaker, just like everyone else, we've been elected to serve in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I am to make laws and abide by those laws that are made. How can I justify doing otherwise? Mr. Speaker, what is at hand in these matters is a few questions. Were the laws of our territory broken? Mr. Speaker, was an injunction warranted? Mr. Speaker, should the taxpayers pay that bill? Mr. Speaker, throughout our list, was this done in the best interest of this territory? Was that decision made in the best interest of this territory? Mr. Speaker, the public is torn. Mr. Speaker, my district is torn. There is a loud public outcry. And Mr. Speaker, I sympathize. Mr. Speaker, these beautiful islands, we have recently been facing many challenges. The trilogy of Psalms of 2017 that took a toll on us. the floods, the hurricanes. Mr. Speaker, this global pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the COI. Mr. Speaker, I remember yesterday the members of the opposition, they spoke about bush cutting. I'm not sure how relevant it was to the motion. But I guess they said the money could have been used for that. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that since being minister, I've spoken to the Director, Public Works. And, even before being elected, you would hear persons say that, Public Works just have a set of man sitting down here doing no work. So we took it upon ourselves to make sure that they are properly engaged. The same bush cutting and gut cleaning they are speaking about. Those men, in their duty, have gone to those districts. And Mr. Speaker, they've been, the members call me cussing, why they here? I got man sitting down on a block, why Public Work here in my place? Why Public Work cutting bush? And I got people sitting down here could do it. Mr. Speaker, it's the same taxpayers' money. And I applaud Public Work because they go above and beyond. They go above and beyond, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we're here for a reason. And I will not question the work of the Lord, because I grew up in a household where prayer was paramount. Believing in God, that was a priority, and praying, going to church. So I would not question the work of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, since 2019, we've been dealing with the Commission of Inquiry. Now this government, once it was called, we said that, we would abide by everything. We came to this honorable house. We changed some laws to accommodate them. And we have done our best, Mr. Speaker, to try to meet their demands and answer them accordingly. And I applaud the public officers, the Attorney General Chambers, the IRU, for their hard work. Mr. Speaker, their requests were fast. They were fast and furious, with some stringent time frame. And to their best effort, they were still ridiculed for missing some of the timelines, the deadlines. Based on the act, Mr. Speaker, the former governor, he hired the commissioner, a UK judge. And he worked with his team. Mr. Speaker, that team, like I said, they sent out summons, they sent out requests, they sent out criticism. Mr. Speaker, let me explain summons. The definition of a summons is an order to appear before a judge or a magistrate, or the writ containing such an order to be called as a defendant or witness. Mr. Speaker, here in this territory, anybody practicing under these premises, Mr. Speaker, we have seen where it's written that they should be called to the bar. And Mr. Speaker, and if you're practicing under that premise and not called to the bar, it's a criminal offense. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. Under the Legal Profession Act of 2015, it's a criminal offense, punishable by a fine up to $10,000. Said the legal practitioner, whether within the BVI or in another jurisdiction, to practice BVI law without holding a valid practicing certificate. Mr. Speaker, when laws are broken, there should be consequences, not rewards. That goes for anyone and everyone. Mr. Speaker, were the COI lawyers in breach? That's to be debated. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Mr. Speaker, the jury is out on that. But, like somewhere in this, I think it says that eventually they applied months after to be called to the bar, after commencing their duties here in the territory. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are here today because of a judgment on Honorable Julian Willock, the Speaker of this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, it's so easy to make Julian Willock, the Speaker of the House, the boogeyman. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell what the reasons are, but in certain places that I go, he's not too liked at all. Whether there's cause for that or cause not for that, I, Kairima, will not be a judge of his character. Mr. Speaker, the judgment, why we're here today. Honorable Julian Willock, Speaker of the House of Assembly, file an injunction. Mr. Speaker, then he pulled it back. And the court awarded damages up to $120,000. Mr. Speaker, should this be paid by the taxpayers or by Julian Willock? Mr. Speaker, in the motion, it speaks to members of the government's caucus that it was revealed that discussions were held with select members. And while it was implied that approval was given to the Speaker to file an injunction against the persons who are alleged to be practicing law in the territory in breach of the laws of this jurisdiction, however, indeed, there were no express permission granted by the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I've had some time to digest this matter from inception. Mr. Speaker, when you read what transpired, the Speaker erred, made some mistakes. I think he needs to be disciplined. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are guided by laws, policies, procedures. But then again, Mr. Speaker, was there a breach? Or the lawyers being called to the bar now is unnecessary? Mr. Speaker, either way, it was brought to light, and the AG did say that yes, indeed, they needed to be called to the bar in order to practice. Mr. Speaker, there are consequences for such an action. Mr. Speaker, I remembered some time back, this was in America, a man was arrested for practicing law without a license. Mr. Speaker, he was arrested and charged. Mr. Speaker, I think he faced up to 5 years and a $35,000 fine, and still being held on a $25,000 bond. Mr. Speaker, just last week, and it so happened it was just last week, and this is so relevant right now. A California veterinarian was fined for practicing medicine without a license. Imagine that. No, Mr. Speaker. The laws must be upheld. Mr. Speaker, I must admit, I've received numerous calls. These calls came from my neighbors in my district, some from family, some from friends, some from supporters, some from opposers. Mr. Speaker, I must respect each and every person's position. Mr. Speaker, but the facts and the truth of which I am fully aware of today here in this honorable house, it has afforded me to form an unbiased position of principle. And Mr. Speaker, that is my truth. Mr. Speaker, and again, my position is to respect, protect, and preserve our Constitution. My position is to be on the side of what is unequivocally just and right. The territory is torn between whether the House should agree to pay this bill or not. The territory is torn. Mr. Speaker, they want to see us as legislators do the right thing, including maintaining our institutions. Mr. Speaker, again, I understand all sides, but what I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, was the Speaker of this Honorable House, Julian Willock, acting in the best interests of the public? I know it would be difficult to remove the name Julian Willock from this motion, but we cannot forget what took place as to why we are here. Mr. Speaker, yeah, I heard members speak about the Speaker, and we can't forget with the swearing-in debacle. Speaker, sometimes people wonder what his modus operandi is, but democracy, I must say, is alive and well in this territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as we foster freedom of speech and expression, I feel compelled to comment on the cartoon published yesterday, though it was removed. Mr. Speaker, the cartoon was deplorable, to say the least. It was despicable. Mr. Speaker, with the current world's focus on mental health awareness, it is apparent that the intention of this cartoon was with one of insensitivity. Mr. Speaker, mental health affects us all, and we should not depict it in such a manner. But Mr. Speaker, I reach out to everyone. I think we need to call a truce on this kind of depiction of character. Mr. Speaker, we are too small a community for this. We can have our conflicting views, but we could respectfully disagree and maintain the decorum. Mr. Speaker, just the other day we celebrated Heroes and Forefathers Day. Noah Lloyd was one highlighted, and he was mentioned today. Many thought Noah Lloyd was a bit crazy as well. He looked at things to some in a different manner, in a peculiar way, some may say. But if it wasn't for the positive action, Mr. Speaker, there would be no movement, and we would not have access to Wicomski or the Anegada lands today. Mr. Speaker, he stood on principle. He stood up and fought for what he believed in. And today he is celebrated. Mr. Speaker, today I stand here to defend our institutions. And we have great examples. Just mention Noah Lloyd, Theodore Faulkner, Isaac Fonseca, Soon we'll be celebrating the Great March of 1949. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Julian Willock did not, I don't think he did acted in his private capacity, but as a Speaker of this House. And so he is seen and he is known as the Speaker of this Honorable House. I think if Kairima go down the road, they'll say, they wouldn't separate me from the Honorable right now. They'll still label me as who the people elected me to be. So, whether he do good, do bad, he'll be the Speaker of the House. So, Speaker, many times I get calls saying, y'all need to deal with the Speaker of the House. A man is a loose cannon out there. Ain't no secret. Mr. Speaker, based on the document, he filed an injunction as the Honorable Speaker of the House. And according to the excerpt from the hearing presided by Justice Ellis, it was required and resolved that anyone filing in said case must have what they call in legal terms present. The justice ruled as the Speaker that he is. Mr. Speaker, the judge's decision is final. Nobody is disputing the judge's decision. I've read the motion. No one said that we want to go back and speak to what the judge said. The judge ruled, and his decision is final. So nobody is questioning the judiciary whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, I never to question if it is fundamentally unethical and wrong to now enact a consequence that is inconsistent with the established fact. Or was it that Julian Willock acted on his own and he need to face the consequences? Mr. Speaker, I'm not usually a long speaker, so I'll wrap up my views on this matter. And I must say, the calls, the many persons that have expressed their views on this matter, some for, some against. Well, Mr. Speaker, people of the 5th District, and I appreciate you. You elected me to lead, and I'm cognizant that not all my decisions will be met with favor, but I stand on principle. Mr. Speaker, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr., I repeat his words, as my colleague also mentioned yesterday, that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moment of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at time of challenge and controversy. Mr. Speaker, today is not a day to abstain from our territory's trials, but one where we must stand on principle and one on truth. And Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, for those in my district, those who want to further discuss this matter, because we've had long conversations, I'll be at the community center on Saturday from 8 a.m. Come, let's have a chat. And then I'll go to Huntom's Gut in the afternoon. But together we will look at the facts of this case, Mr. Speaker, so that we can all come to an informed and intelligent conclusion on this matter. So, Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Raimo. I recognize the Leader of Opposition. Can I ask the reason for which you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of privilege that's afforded to me through these standing orders of this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the member for the 7th, I had much time to rest last night. I thank him for allowing us to go a little early and bring through this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I sat here today and I listened to the subsequent debates from the other members, Mr. Speaker, I feel compelled on behalf of the people of this territory to bring a further amendment to this resolution according to Standing Order 34-3. Mr. Speaker, I feel compelled because this matter went through the courts, and we continue to hear this discussion about facts, ultimate facts, and adjudicating the facts. And there's only one place, Mr. Speaker. We are lawmakers. Lawmakers have a responsibility to make laws. We can't make, enforce, and adjudicate the same laws in which we make, Mr. Speaker. And I'm concerned on behalf of the people of this territory, on behalf of this institution of the House of Assembly, that we're going down a very dangerous and slippery slope, where we're using this resolution, which totally contradicts the facts that were outlined in the courts. Totally contradicts the facts outlined in the court. And as saying to our committee of this House, we are asking you to consider 3 options that are outside what the court has already adjudicated, Mr. Speaker. I feel compelled. I feel compelled. I cannot sit here quietly as a leader of opposition of this country and not move an amendment to this motion. We have to deal with this matter expeditiously. We have to deal with this matter now. And as a privilege afforded to me in this standing orders, I wish to move an amendment to this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is constituted by the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007 to make decisions for peace, order, and good governance of the people of this territory. Mr. Speaker, whereas the House of Assembly recognizes that the 3 branches of government and the independence and function of each branch. Mr. Speaker, whereas the House of Assembly respects the judiciary as an independent branch of government and is committed to ensuring that it maintains its independence in this territory. Mr. Speaker, whereas judiciary of the Virgin Islands has made a decision that the Honorable Speaker shall pay the costs incurred personally in an application for an injunction brought by the Honorable Speaker without the consent of the House of Assembly, the Attorney General, and the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, whereas the court found had there not been no public purpose has been gained by the application of the Honorable Speaker, and he had acted unreasonably in bringing the proceedings. Mr. Speaker, whereas the Honorable Speaker has been given the opportunity to prove by way of affidavit evidence that his actions were in the public interest, and the court, having considered his arguments and their merits, dismissed the same. Mr. Speaker, whereas it is without doubt that the Honorable Speaker was afforded due process in the courts of the Virgin Islands, which are charged with giving due process to every citizen of this territory, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, whereas the cost awarded against the Honorable Speaker is a personal bill for which he is liable and should not be charged to the Consolidated Fund, the People's Force. Mr. Speaker, whereas the Honorable House of Assembly is committed to ensure, or should be committed, to ensuring that the rule of law is observed in the Virgin Islands, and that every man, woman, and child respects the court and its decisions. Mr. Speaker, whereas the public outcry and discontent with the prospect of paying the Honorable Speaker's private bill is clear, and the Honorable House of Assembly represents and respects the will of the people of this territory. Speaker, therefore, be it resolved that the decision of Justice Jack in the matter of the Honorable Speaker Julian Willock v. the Right Honorable Sir Gary Hickenbottom and others delivered on the 30th of September 2021 shall stand undisturbed by this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, we've gone through a process. We continue to talk about facts. This process has gone through the courts. The role of the House of Assembly is to deal with matters of law. We pass laws. We don't enforce laws. We don't adjudicate laws. The body responsible for adjudicating laws has done so. We're going down, Mr. Speaker, a slippery, slippery slope. We're creating a situation where we're undermining the very institutions that we continue to discuss that we want to uphold, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the substantive resolution speaks to establishing a committee to adjudicate something that was already adjudicated in the courts. Mr. Speaker, the premise of this on its face, Mr. Speaker, is false. We are saying in the fifth paragraph in this resolution, whereas the Honorable Speaker of this Honorable House commence an action in his official capacity to prevent those said persons possibly acting as legal practitioners in contraventions of the aforementioned law. Mr. Speaker, it was already made clear. The Speaker was given an opportunity. It was made clear in this House by even the government members. He had no consent from the House of Assembly, no consent from the Attorney General, and no consent according to this resolution from the Honorable Premier, Mr. Speaker. And the premise of this is false. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, there's a discussion about consultation with members. In paragraph 8, who are these members? When did this consultation take place? We're going into a committee and giving the committee what they should do. Mr. Speaker, this is not the role of the House of Assembly. We're going into a place that's a dangerous place, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned for the integrity of this institution. If we continue to go down this road, Mr. Speaker, we need to dispose of this matter. We need to have this matter disposed of immediately. Instead of moving this down, kicking this can down the road into a committee to perform duties and function that it does not have the authority to perform. Mr. Speaker, the committee has, or this House has the authority to adjudicate any case that happens in the court of law. Show me the authority within the standing orders. Show me the authority within the Constitution. Show me the authority with any piece of legislation in this territory where this Honorable House has the authority to do what we're proposing to do. If this authority exists, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General has a responsibility to advise this House on proper good governance and order in operations in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. So if that authority exists, either in the Constitution, either in the standing orders, either in any law of this territory, where this Honorable House can take a case that was already tried, the Speaker had an opportunity to have an affidavit to prove that he was operating in the public's interest. He had opportunity to prove he had standing to bring that case in the first place. He was given due process in a court of law, the place where due process should happen. The House of Assembly do not adjudicate legal cases because we're claiming that someone broke a law, and a law is broken, and it's our responsibility to deal with that. That's not the responsibility of the House of Assembly. That is the responsibility of the courts. It's the responsibility of the judicial system. Our responsibility as a House is to make laws. So if you're telling me, if I deem that someone break a law, I am within my right to break the law too, to try to correct that person? That is the direction that we're going down? That is what we're proposing as honorable members of this House to do with this honorable House, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this is a slippery slope, Mr. Speaker, and I cannot with good conscience, as one of the senior members elected to this honorable House, to stand here and allow for this institution to be eroded in this way, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we cannot use this institution at our whim and fancies and decide to make the rules and change the rules and bend the rules when it suits us. We talk about principled decisions. Principle? Principle? Where's the principle of independence? The principle that these three institutions stand on. The executive. I cannot come in cabinet and tell the premier and his ministers what decisions to make. And just so he should not come to the House and Assembly and dictate to us what decisions we should make. The courts cannot come to the House and Assembly and say to us that you should do this or you should do that. And here we are, purporting and proposing to say to the court, we don't necessarily agree with your decision. We think your decision is wrong. A law was broken. And we, the House of Assembly, we are all powerful. We're going to make the decision to overturn your law or your ruling or your decision. Mr. Speaker, I'm still presenting my resolution, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to present my resolution. And then I'll ask for a second.
Before you present your motion, before you present your motion, if I may comment on this, reading the resolution myself, I'm not seeing where the resolution where it states that we are overturning or a law is being overturned. A resolution is being brought to put this in a House, to a special committee to discuss. I'm not seeing nowhere in this resolution where it states that we are trying to overturn the law of the judge.
Okay.
So, with those words, I mean, I really cannot understand where your motion is stating that we are trying to overturn the judge's decision. I'm not seeing that in this motion, if I may say.
Okay.
May I continue?
May I continue?
You may.
Mr. Speaker, I at no time, if I did, I apologize, say that I said that the House is overturning our law. I didn't say that.
The decision.
I said that?
Yes,
overturn
you did.
a law?
The decision. You said you overturned the decision.
But the Speaker said a law.
The decision.
Okay, I did. Okay, I want to make sure that we're all
apologize for
clear.
saying law.
We're
Decision.
nitpicking on words and who said what these days. I want to make sure that we're all lucidly clear on what I said and who said what. All right, Mr. Speaker?
Correct.
Mr. Speaker, that in fact is what we're doing.
You may
We're trying to make a decision. The court has made a decision that the Honorable Speaker, acting in his private capacity, he didn't act in the public's interest, and we're now adjudicating whether we should use public funds and exonerate him from the decision of the court to pay these fines or these fees personally. That's what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to overturn a decision. The decision is very clear. The court decision is absolutely clear. The court gave the Honorable Speaker an opportunity to prove that he had standing and the permission of the honorable members of the House. He had the permission of the Honorable AG, and anyone else he had permission from. He had a chance to put forward an affidavit to the courts. He had due process, Mr. Speaker. The court said, you did not prove that you were acting in good faith and on behalf of the people or the House of Assembly, because there's no evidence that he was. And we're now trying to make a decision in asserting that he did. We're doing that. It's clear in the resolution. When he was given the opportunity to present the facts, and he was unable to present the facts to the court, the body that's responsible for adjudicating and due process. So what new facts will come now that the Honorable Speaker couldn't present to the court when he was given a fair opportunity to present those facts to the court? That is what we're doing here, Mr. Speaker. We're asking this Honorable House through a committee to look at a decision made by a court, an independent institution, and decide if we feel, and then we're not only just asking the committee, we're giving them guidelines. We're not even guidelines, we're giving them, look, you have these 3 options alone. These are the only 3 things that you can consider. That's what we're saying. A, and I want to read it for the public because I don't want to paraphrase. I need to read it. This is what we're saying to the committee. These are the only 3 options that you could review on this particular case. Let me start from the premise. It says, and whereas, having acted in his official capacity as Speaker, there are 3 possible considerations. They're not saying that you could go outside of these. They said these are only 3 possible considerations that could be determined by the House of Assembly. Namely, A, there were no express permission by the House of Assembly, but the House of Assembly Speaker acted in his official capacity. We're saying that the court said he didn't, but we're saying here that he did.
Mr. Leader, I'm going to ask you to share your motion. Is this a motion you bring in?
Yeah, I'm bringing a motion.
Bring the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, before you bring the motion, what we'll do, I'll call a recess and have a look at your motion and have a discussion with the AG. And we'll move forward from there. So at this moment, I'll call a 5 minutes recess. Recess. This Honorable House resume its sitting. Honorable members, after some short discussions with the AG, we have cleared up a few matters. But again, I would like to make it clear that from what I'm seeing, there's no way the resolution that is being moved at the first moment is in any way impeding or trying to overturn what the judge has ruled. At this time, I will ask the opposition leader to read his motion, his amendment motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honorable AG for the discussion in the back concerning ensuring that this institution continues to function and function the way it was intended by our founding fathers. Mr. Speaker, as I presented earlier, that I wish to exercise my privilege in this Honorable House, understanding orders 34.3, to move a relevant amendment to the preamble of the substantive resolution that is before this Honorable House. And if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I will so do. I will so move.
Granted.
Mr. Speaker, whereas the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is constituted by the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007 to make decisions for the peace, order, and good governance of the people of the territory. Mr. Speaker, and whereas the House of Assembly recognizes the three branches of government and the independence and functions of each branch. Mr. Speaker, whereas the House of Assembly respects the judiciary as an independent branch of government and is committed to ensuring that it maintains its independence in this territory. Mr. Speaker, whereas the judiciary of the Virgin Islands has made a decision that an Honorable Speaker shall pay the costs incurred personally in an application for an injunction brought by the Honorable Speaker without the consent of the House of Assembly, the Attorney General, and the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, whereas the court found that no public purpose has been gained by application of the Honorable Speaker, and that he had acted unreasonably in bringing the proceedings. And whereas the the Honorable Speaker was given the opportunity to prove by way of affidavit evidence that his actions were in the public interest, and the court, having considered his arguments on their merits, dismissed the same. Whereas it is without doubt the Honorable Speaker was afforded due process in the courts of the Virgin Islands, which are charged with giving due process to its citizens. Whereas the cost awarded against the Honorable Speaker is a personal bill for which he is liable and shall not be charged to the consolidated fund, the people's purse. Whereas the House of Assembly is committed to ensuring that the rule of law is observed in the Virgin Islands, and that every man, woman, and child respects the court and its decisions. Whereas the public outcry and discontent with the prospect of paying the Honorable Speaker's private bill is clear, and the House of Assembly represents and respects the will of the people of the territory. Therefore, be it resolved, the decision of Justice Jack in the matter of the Honorable Julian Willock v. the Right Honorable Sir Gary Hickenbottom and others delivered on the 30th of September 2021 shall stand undisturbed by this Honorable House.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. I reserve my comments until a later time in the proceedings.
The motion has been seconded. Recognize the Honorable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank this Honorable House for affording me the opportunity to present this motion before this House and the people of this territory. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I had the opportunity last evening, to reflect on the substantive motion and what that substantive motion means, not just for the Honorable Speaker, the office of the Speaker, the office of the AG, the office of the Premier, and every member of this Honorable House and the institution of this Honorable House, and what it means for maintaining the independence of our judiciary. The hallmark of any democracy is the independence of its institutions. And democracies are fragile creatures. As we see, the BVI has an infant democracy. We are about, in a couple of weeks, to celebrate just over 70 years of ministerial government in this territory, Mr. Speaker. And this decision that we are about to make, Mr. Speaker, has serious bearing on these institutions and the other two branches, namely the executive and more so judiciary. Mr. Speaker, as I debated earlier, and if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I will refer to my notes to refer to the resolution that I brought and to refer back to the substantive resolution that's before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the word principle have been used to justify the actions that we're about to perpetuate here this evening, Mr. Speaker. Principled actions. Speaker, I heard debates talking about how people feel about this individual, how people feel about that individual, about the rule of law. I've heard many things banted around in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as an Honorable House of Assembly, our job, our main job, is to make laws for the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, my opinion differs from that of yours. Mr. Speaker, this resolution that is before us seeks to circumvent one of the independent institutions in this territory. And I have to stand on principle as someone who is afforded the privilege of holding a senior position in this Honorable House. that I have to, and all of us should, maintain and continue to maintain the independence of this institution and the independence of all the other two institutions, namely the executive and the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, in this resolution that is before us, it is brought on a number of false premises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the matter that is before us has been adjudicated in a court of law. The Honorable Speaker was given, he took a case to the courts, and whatever the basis was of that particular case, did not follow the procedure, did not get the permission from neither the Honorable House of Assembly, neither the Attorney General, nor, as has been said, the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the court gave the Honorable Attorney General, the Honorable Speaker, the opportunity through affidavit to prove that he was bringing this case in the public's interest. And I want to set that foundation from the outset, because it's important. It's important for me to make my argument here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Speaker was given the opportunity via affidavit to prove that he's, one, had the permission to file this injunction, two, that he was acting in the public's interest, and three, the means in which the authorization for payment. Due process. The only place that can afford due process in this territory as it relates to court matters is the court, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker failed to prove his case, Mr. Speaker. And the premise, and I'm getting to the point of the premise, the false premise in which we're bringing this resolution, is saying, whereas, it's paragraph 5 in the substantive resolution. It says, whereas the Honorable Speaker of this Honorable House commence an action in his official capacity to prevent those said persons possibly acting as legal practitioners in contravention of the law. It was already proven, Mr. Speaker. It was already proven that the Speaker, he was given the opportunity via affidavit to prove that he acted in his professional, in his official capacity. The court went through that process. How can we now as a House, Mr. Speaker, take this matter to a committee to question a decision that was made by the court, Mr. Speaker? The institution and the independence of these institutions have to be respected. It has to stand for something, Mr. Speaker. We might have an opinion, always have an opinion. That's what we have. We talk about a lot about having juries and having trials, allowing persons to go through a process. We might have our point of view of a crime, our perspective. In our pursuit for justice, we're going to commit a crime to fix what we deem as a crime. Just because the House of Assembly, if it does, and I'll ask and I'll crave the indulgence, and it would have an opportunity to speak. If the House of Assembly has the authority to review, to assess decisions made by a court of law, and then come back with a contrary decision and make a contrary decision based on a decision that was made by a court of law, I need to see where in the Constitution and I've looked and I cannot find it. Where in the standing orders, I have looked, I cannot find it. And I have not had the privilege to go through all the laws of the Virgin Islands. I don't have that computing power. As much as I am a man who deals with computers, my personal capacity doesn't go that far overnight. So I need to, and we need to, not just me, this House and the people of the Virgin Islands that are listening, attentively listening, need to know where we have the authority as an institution to do what we're proposing to do here this evening. That is one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's another premise. In paragraph 7, says, paragraph 8, where it says, following a consultation with members of the government caucus, it was revealed that the discussions were held and select honorable members, and while it implied that approval was given to the Speaker to file an injunction against the persons who were alleged to be practicing law in the territory in breach of the laws of the jurisdiction, however, indeed, there was no express permission granted by the House of Assembly. Speaker, it says it's alleged that there were members who had this discussion as implied, that members gave permission for this to proceed. We're stating this as a matter of fact in this resolution. When the courts went through a process, the Speaker was given an opportunity to prove this and could not prove it by affidavit. So where is this new evidence going to come from? And we're stating this as a matter of fact in our preamble. So the House cannot be used as a tool like this. The premise of this resolution is wrong. I continue to say that we're going down a very slippery slope. We're engaging in matters where we're trying to influence decisions, change decisions, commit the public purse, which is the consolidated fund. The consolidated fund is one of the few funds that is referenced in the Constitution. It is referenced in the Constitution for a reason. It's the people's money. It is referenced in terms of how you can access the consolidated fund, funds from the consolidated fund, and how you could pay out of the consolidated fund. Because this resolution that we're now proposing totally overhauled the initial one that we had before the actual resolution was brought forward. Mr. Speaker, if these members exist and there's evidence, present them to the House. You can't make a premise that is on its face is false and give it to a committee to make a decision on a false premise. You see, the next main point and the false premise and how this entire, the fallacy of this resolution and the damage that it will do to our institution, that is the House of Assembly. Speaker, here it is. This House is being asked to establish a select committee, and then we're telling the select committee what decisions they can make. We're establishing a committee, and we're saying to the committee that these are the only 3 decisions that you could make in your deliberations and in your discussions. And I'll read it for the public, and the public needs to be privy to this information. I know a lot of people, they heard, but I need to read again, and I think it's important for persons to understand what we're actually doing in this Honorable House this evening. Speaker, in paragraph 9 of the substantive resolution, states, and whereas, having acted in his official capacity, Mr. Speaker, again, the court adjudicated this process. The Speaker was given an opportunity via affidavit to prove that he was acting in his official capacity, and he could not prove that. And the court handed down a judgment. And here we are stating that again in this resolution for consideration by a committee. There are three possible considerations that could be determined by the Honorable House of Assembly, namely, A, there was no express permission by the House of Assembly, but the Honorable Speaker acted in his official capacity and in good faith rely on the assumption of permission, rely on the assumption. We're asking a committee to make a decision based on assumption. Permission being at least implied and consistent with his duty, and the action is deemed warranted and with merit, and as a result, the payment of costs will be approved by the House of Assembly. That's option one. Option A, to be precise. Option B, there was no express permission by the House of Assembly, but the Honorable Speaker acted in his official capacity. Here we go again. Making a decision for the committee, but the Honorable Speaker acted in his official capacity. When the court has already adjudicated this, give him an opportunity to prove it, and he was unable to prove it. And in good faith, relying on the assumptions of permission being at least implied and consistent with his duty, and the action is deemed warranted and with merit, but the payment of costs can be approved or considered by the House of Assembly. And C, excuse me? Cannot, I said not, cannot. If I didn't say, I want to make sure I'm clear. Cannot be approved or considered by the House of Assembly. There was no express permission, C, there was no express permission by the House of Assembly, but the Speaker acted in his official capacity, again, a false premise that was proved to be false in a court of law. The place that has the responsibility for due process. And in good faith, relying on the assumption of the permission being at least implied and consistent with his duty, and the action is deemed warranted and is without merit. And as a result, the House of Assembly ought not to approve payment for the cost. Speaker, this House is establishing a committee. Given the committee the three options, only three options that that committee could consider, on the premise that there are some new facts concerning a case that was adjudicated in a court of law. The court of law went through a due process. The Speaker was given the opportunity to bring forth an affidavit to bring the facts to this court of law, failed to do so. Judgment was passed, and we're now here in this House interfering with the judicial process. Mr. Speaker, this is a slippery slope that we're taking, and we're going down as a House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I cannot, in my good conscience, stand in this House, allow this House to make this decision without reiterating or expressing on the side of caution to this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are a country of laws. We are a country of rules. We are a country of processes. The highest body in the land cannot be seen the very perception of the highest institution in this land, seeming or deeming to be in interference with the courts and the judicial system, is going to destroy and break down all the institutions of this territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully and humbly say to my colleagues, let us err on the side of caution. Mr. Speaker, as I said in my amendment to this resolution, let us respect the wishes and the rules of the court in this matter. Let's respect the 1,200 persons in this territory who, guided with the knowledge and the facts of this case, has said no to allowing the public purse to be a party to this proposed action. We talk about principle and being principled when it's convenient to suit our narrative. I'm not going to go into the side comments and all those type of things that were made, Mr. Speaker, because we have big matters at hand. This is a major matter, Mr. Speaker. This is D-Day in terms of a decision that this House of Assembly is going to make that is going to set a serious precedence in this territory, a precedence that we might not be able to turn back from, Mr. Speaker. When the Honorable AG is doing her research and her research to give us and give this House and give the people of this territory, where this House has the authority, whether it's through our Constitution, whether through our laws, or whether through the standing orders that governs the operation of this Honorable House of Assembly, has the authority to adjudicate a case already adjudicated in a court of law, Mr. Speaker. I need the Attorney General to also provide this court with precedents, if such precedent exists in this House where this has happened, or where this exists. The Speaker of this House has standing if it has the legal backing, whether it's through the Constitution or the laws, to take the action to interfere with a case that's already adjudicated by the courts. Then, Mr. Speaker, then we have a different argument. But until I heard that argument, Mr. Speaker, based on my research, based on my knowledge and leaning of the knowledge of senior members of the society, the legal fraternity, legislators, there's no precedent that exists, and Attorney General will have to prove me otherwise. And that's my position right now. And Mr. Speaker, the independence of all three institutions, all three of these institutions must remain intact, Mr. Speaker. We are under a microscope, Mr. Speaker. Not just the whole of the Virgin Islands is watching. Many around the world is watching the decisions that we make in this House tonight, Mr. Speaker. I caution my colleagues, pick up your principle. Reassess the principle that we talked about. And not do the most expedient decision because of what our needs are at the time, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, this is not personal. And I heard the attempt to make this personal with the Speaker and who he is and why people don't like him and all that kind of. I mean, we talk about political maturity. We talk about building institution. Persons can make the arguments they want. That's their right in this humble House. But our arguments have to be always, first and foremost, about ensuring that we maintain this institution, that the 13 of us, including the Speaker, and the Attorney General who have the privilege to sit in this House of Assembly. We should shun the very perception that we're doing anything that would bring the integrity of this institution in disrepute. Speaker, the court has ruled. The court has made a decision, Mr. Speaker. Let us respect the decision of a court, the court of law. When will it stop? If we start down this road, establishing these type of precedents, when will it stop? When will it stop, Mr. Speaker? The public has spoken, the courts have spoken, but yet still we're here debating. A decision has already been made by the courts, and protract this decision for another 2 months. After the court has ruled and have made a further amendment to its rule and gave the Speaker an opportunity to file an affidavit to ensure that they were thorough because of the independence of this institution, to ensure that the rules and the processes were followed, to ensure that they weren't infringing on this institution. It was thorough. And we're now here debating and considering to overhaul a decision made by a court. Speaker, let's tread lightly. Let us be careful not to establish these dangerous precedents. Let's ensure that we maintain the independence of our judicial system, the independence of our House, the independence of our executive. Mr. Speaker, democracy is a fragile, fragile thing. We saw in America, a place that has over 200 plus years of democratic rule. And overnight, it was brought to its knees with an insurrection on the Capitol to nullify a president of the United States. Democracies are fragile, very fragile beings, Mr. Speaker. We hear the arguments about the commission inquiry and all those other things. We will deal with those issues. The issue before us is this decision. We have to deal with this decision. If we want to have a debate on the merits and all the other things concerning the COI, the fairness and all the other things surrounding it, we could have that debate, have that discussion in this House, and that's what this House is all about. This House is about to debate the merits of these issues, Mr. Speaker. Many fought for the right for us to sit in this very House. Let's not erode the legacy of those who fought for us to be here for our own political expediency. Let's stand on principle, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for those who probably tune, I want to close on re-emphasizing my amendment, Mr. Speaker. To this honorable House, to the people listening online and on ZBVI, to ensure what I'm proposing is extremely clear. It's based on the facts of the case that was adjudicated in the courts. It's based on the fact that the Honorable Speaker of the House was afforded due process in a court of law, the place where due process is afforded. Mr. Speaker, if I may. Mr. Speaker, and I re-emphasize this resolution before I open the floor for debate. Mr. Speaker, whereas the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is constituted by the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 to make decisions for the peace, order, and good governance of the people of the territory. Whereas the House of Assembly recognizes the three branches of government and the independence and functions of each branch. Whereas the House of Assembly respects the judiciary as an independent branch of government and is committed to ensuring that it maintains its independence in this territory. Whereas the judiciary of the Virgin Islands has made a decision that the Honorable Speaker shall pay the cost incurred personally in an application for an injunction brought by the Honorable Speaker without the consent of the House of Assembly, the Attorney General, and Minister of Finance. Whereas the court found that no public purpose has been gained by the application of the Honorable Speaker, and that he had acted unreasonably in bringing the proceedings. Whereas the Honorable Speaker was given the opportunity to prove by way of affidavit evidence that his actions were in the public's interest, and the court, having considered his arguments on their merits, dismissed same. Whereas it is without doubt that the Honorable Speaker was afforded due process in the courts of the Virgin Islands, which are charged with giving due process to its citizens. Whereas the cost awarded against the Honorable Speaker is a personal bill for which he is liable and should not be charged to the Consolidated Fund, the people's purse. Whereas the House of Assembly is committed to ensuring that the rule of law is observed in the Virgin Islands, and every man, woman, and child respects the court and its decisions. Whereas the public outcry and discontent with the protests, with the prospect of paying the Honorable Speaker's private bill is clear, and the Honorable House of Assembly represents and respects the will of the people of the territory. Therefore, be it resolved that the decision of Justice Jack in the matter of Honorable Julian Willock v. the Right Honorable Sir Gary Hickenbottom and others delivered on the 30th of September 2021 shall stand undisturbed by this Honorable House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I present this amended resolution to this Honorable House. I again say to my honorable colleagues, let us be very careful. Let us not go into areas that we can't turn back from. Let us respect the independence of the institution of the judiciary, and in so doing, respect the independence of both the executive and this Honorable House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. Members, there's an amendment on the floor, a motion. Now open the floor for debate. I recognize Honorable Flagstaff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker. We must stand in the way of any usurpation of the jurisdiction of the courts in the attribution of liability in the matter of the Speaker's liability to pay costs personally. To do otherwise would be to enfeeble the law with untold consequences. The disregard of the jurisdiction of the court and the law is the first step towards anarchy, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to go to the Oxford Dictionary for persons who might not be certain what anarchy means, Mr. Speaker. A state of disorder due to the absence or non-recognition of authority or other controlling systems. A synonym is lawlessness. And Mr. Speaker, we had a very heightened debate yesterday, and we're still here debating this matter. I am fully aware of the Legal Professionals Act, and I fully understand it. But this matter must be dealt with for what it is and not convolute all of the different parts of the puzzle that will never fit together. And so I, Mr. Speaker, wish to refer as well to what happened on January 6th. And Mr. Speaker, the temperature in our communities is heightened. We are not looking at 30 years ago, even 20 years ago, if I'm correct, Mr. Speaker, and someone might correct me if I'm wrong, where information was hard to come by. I can remember when my grandfather, a great cricket fan and a great sailor and captain, would have his little transistor radio on his shoulder listening to West Indies cricket, where he would sail all the way down to Trinidad using the moon and the stars. We are in the information age, and persons are quite aware of what is happening in our territory and in the entire world, Mr. Speaker. And so for us to disregard the jurisdiction of the court and the law, we sometimes do not realize what those consequences would be. We have challenges here in the BVI, Mr. Speaker, where sometimes we do see signs of lawlessness. And we, as a House of Assembly, must set an example. And while our opinions might differ, we must respect each other's opinions. It is so disheartening that while we tout democracy and freedom of speech, Mr. Speaker, there are persons that cannot and refuse to want you to have an opinion on any matter, Mr. Speaker, unless it is in agreement with what they feel or think. That, Mr. Speaker, is not democracy. And we have to maintain democracy, the rule of law, and the jurisdiction of the court. Mr. Speaker, it has been a long couple of days. Persons are hurting, Mr. Speaker. Persons are watching, Mr. Speaker. Persons are waiting, Mr. Speaker. Persons are depending on us, Mr. Speaker, to make the right decision. Persons are dependent on us to have integrity and to make decisions with a clear conscience, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to see a BVI, Mr. Speaker, where there is no lawlessness. And it might be a stretch because at times persons are human and we all make mistakes. But what I want to see for our BVI, Mr. Speaker, is that we're able to voice our opinions without having to be fearful, without persons having attitudes, without persons throwing words, without persons being angry because of a decision or an opinion that someone else has. And Mr. Speaker, things might get heated, but we're a small society, and after that, we need to come right back down to earth and realize that we all have to live here together. And while my opinion might not be yours, and yours not mine, there is that little word called respect, Mr. Speaker. Respect for the decisions and opinions of others. I have been, Mr. Speaker, in situations where votes are cast and what I chose was not the majority, and I accepted that. But what I cannot accept, Mr. Speaker, is the attitude where if you do not agree with persons, there is a shadow, there's a dark film in the room. And so, Mr. Speaker, democracy is at work in the BVI, but we all as leaders in this room must respect each other, must respect the public's opinion, whether it be one person, 10,000, or 30,000 persons that we have in this population approximately. Let us serve in this house with integrity. Let us serve in this house with a clear conscience. Let us serve in this house and do what we were elected to do, and that is to serve the people of this territory. That is what our first priority should be, Mr. Speaker. And I want to put it on the table that that is my first priority, the people of this territory. And I want to add, even those who have not voted for me, did not vote for me, never will vote for me. Every single man, woman, boy, and girl in this territory, that is where my priority is, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Flax Charles. The floor is still open for debate. I recognize the member of the 2nd District, Honorable Mitch Turnbull.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise as the seconder to this motion. having gone through a lengthy but much interrupted debate during my contributions last night on the substantial motion or resolution, Mr. Speaker. And I want to applaud the Leader of the Opposition for seeing the importance, Mr. Speaker, of what is before us with this matter, and that it is not just a simple matter, Mr. Speaker, but it is one that has the attention of the populace of the Virgin Islands, as well as Virgin Islanders who are living abroad, and now as well as those on the regional and international stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the Leader of the Opposition for seeing this as important as it is, not to just simply let it go to a committee to have the option of prepared solutions, which we very well so debated, Mr. Speaker, that neither him nor I were willing to be a part of, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Junior Minister for Trade, along with the Leader of the Opposition, just gave their remarks and contributions to this particular amendment to this resolution. And Mr. Speaker, it is very important, Mr. Speaker. It is somewhat trying when you know that you know that you know that you should do something and that you should say something. And in the absence of that, Mr. Speaker, is just going along with whatever you're told or whatever has been presented. Mr. Speaker, if I was to take a look at a biblical reference, Mr. Speaker, we used to play a song, a game in school, on the river, on the bank. Whether you're on the river or on the bank. Mr. Speaker, I'm from King Anime. We grew up playing that game next to the pond that come out right by Raimos, on the river, on the bank. So if you actually fall in the river, then you fall in the pond water, in your school clothes, and you got to deal with whatever happened. But Mr. Speaker, the reference that I'm drawing is relating to the Bible reference suggests that there were two sets of people, specifically two men. And the Bible records that the foolish man built his house on the sand, and the wise man built his house on the rock. Mr. Speaker, the importance of that parable is not simply sand versus rock. Mr. Speaker, it's a little bit deeper because it goes to foundation, Mr. Speaker. It goes to the depth of understanding the importance of the decisions that we make. And every decision that is made, Mr. Speaker, has consequences that we must be willing to accept and or endure in this life that we live. Mr. Speaker, when you look at what we are presented with, I listened keenly because I wanted to hear, outside of myself, the leader of opposition, the junior minister for trade, if any other member who all spoke, if any other member was previewed to this discussion and decision that was made to give the Speaker of this Honorable House authorization, permission, or access to file this injunction, then remove this injunction, then now look to seek to get support and have it come before this Honorable House for a resolution to see whether, first, the resolution that was presented on the other paper stated if we should pay these fees or not. The actual substantial resolution that was presented, Mr. Speaker, and laid before the House gave the three options that have been read, the three options which you must decide from, all stating what you should do or not do. Mr. Speaker, I failed to hear any member, including those in the executive, that stated for this Honorable House that they were a part of a body or they were a part of any meeting or discussion to give permission to the Honorable Speaker to carry out the actions for which he did. Mr. Speaker. So right there, Mr. Speaker, what you call that is a shaky foundation. It is sand. It is sinking sand. But when you look, Mr. Speaker, at what should have been done, is if this was, in fact, an area of concern in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands, it would have been necessary, and I would even say even mandatory, Mr. Speaker. We have called emergency meetings. We have called meetings for crisis. We have called meetings for matters of importance and some not so important. Mr. Speaker, it would have been important for all members of the House, all 15 of us, to gather together, ministers quoting scripture, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Let us reason on the issue of whether we should pursue this thing. And not just whether we should pursue it, but who should pursue it. Because, Mr. Speaker, I still had a very great problem that the Speaker of the Honorable House is supposed to preside over the House of Assembly. The Premier of the Virgin Islands is responsible for the running of the country. But, Mr. Speaker, we see where the meeting didn't happen. That would have been solid rock. But we were put in a position where our foundation was shaky. Mr. Speaker, I said last night, what's that? Wrong, and right. And this is further evidence. Because how is it, Mr. Speaker, that You hear from members of the backbench, you hear from members of the executive branch which sit in the cabinet, and you don't hear one of them say, well, it was me. I tell the speaker, go ahead. We believe this was a good idea. We had a emergency. Usually when you hear the decisions that are being made, sometimes 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, when they keep you on a live from 10 o'clock, they're supposed to start 10 o'clock, it start 1 o'clock, and you hear cabinet decide, cabinet decide, cabinet decide, and cabinet decide. And then, depending on who you're talking to, they say, Mitch, what the devil are you in there doing in cabinet? Mitch don't sit in cabinet. Honorable Penn don't sit down in cabinet. So why is it that if it was a matter of such importance and a matter so critical to the well-being of this institution, to the well-being of the territory, to the well-being of the interest of the people, why wasn't it discussed? By the members of this honorable house, because what we're hearing now is the representation was on behalf of this honorable house. If you're going to represent the house, and represent the house with the inclusion of the members of the house. Mr. Speaker, that's what would have been. Well, Mr. Speaker, the leader of opposition moved this amendment to the resolution. And I am not a lawyer. I said that before. I said that many times, and it is a true fact. But if we go back to the beginning, Mr. Speaker, you know what should happen? What should have actually happened? The court ruled and we still. That's what should have happened. Mr. Speaker, what you see before us, as the Honorable Penn stated, and Mr. Speaker, you would permit me, I would ask your permission to refer some notes that I've made. I don't want to be in violation of the rules of the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the decisions that were made, if they were in fact in the interest of the country, but let's look at it, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at it. Let's look at what happened. Carefully. Objection was made, I'm guessing by the Honorable Speaker in his mind. I'm still yet to hear. Maybe it will come out, later. I don't know. That he doesn't believe the grounds for the lawyers of the COI. He doesn't believe it to be so. But Mr. Speaker, he then moved. But then, as I said last night, Mr. Speaker, originally, there were 2 names on the docket. But when I saw the press conference, I only see 1 person. And the way in which the reason for the press conference was articulated by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was one of which was displayed before the Commissioner inquiry. One of arrogance. One of, I doing what I feel, Mr. Speaker, it was almost like on a frolic, Mr. Speaker, almost on this dance, this tantrum to do what I want because I am the Speaker of the House and I'm going to move in this direction. Then when no support would come. Mr. Speaker, nobody ain't talk about it, so I gonna talk. It's the same speaker who, she's here now, so I'm gonna talk while she's there. I didn't want to talk in front of her face, behind her back, but I'm speak to her now. Mr. Speaker, the same Attorney General who sits in this house, who we all took almost a day congratulating and welcoming and saying all these nice cities to her and encouragement. Mr. Speaker, this is the same Attorney General that the Speaker of the House has disrespected on more than 1, 2, 3, 4 occasions. Here's the paradox for me, Mr. Speaker. I have to lean on the words of my friend. And my friend will help me out because I believe he is well educated. To get your doctorate is not something I don't think I would be interested. I don't think I have the mental capacity for it. Close the door and lick your child. But the Speaker of the Honorable House filed a suit against the Attorney General. The Speaker of the Honorable House did not receive support from the Attorney General, who is responsible for providing legal guidance, support, and advice to this Honorable House. Sinking sand. Pull back the injunction. Order gets made in court. Now, here we are. Let's find a way for the House to pay because, I was representing the whole House in the interest of the territory. Mr. Speaker, still without any support from the Attorney General, the court asked the Honorable Speaker, since you were acting in your professional capacity as the Speaker of the House, give the support, present it, present the facts, present the documents before the Honorable Court so that we can further consider what the final judgment is. Since you were acting on the principle in your role as Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker don't have the right to just take up and do what he want, when he want, how he want. There are rules, as he normally says, standing orders. But Mr. Speaker, beyond the standing orders of this Honorable House, there are rules to be followed. If you want to do something with finance, you must go through a procedure. If you want to go through something with courts, you must go through a procedure. So how is it this time, Mr. Speaker, the procedure was seemingly, pushed on the side? And then all of a sudden, when the manure hits the fan, Mr. Speaker, run for cover, save your mama. You want to run for cover then? You know the procedures then? You know to call for the umbrella or try to call for the umbrella of the House of Assembly then? Mr. Speaker, who? Mr. Speaker, this is no disrespect to anyone, but I'm going to say this because this is important. The Attorney General of this Honorable House and the Speaker of this Honorable House don't have to stand up on no biscuit pan shouting at the tree them and empty chair, Mr. Speaker. At no time of the night, going into the morning, taking dew and throwing licks at chair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 13 of us are the ones who do it, who seek the support of the public to represent us. And then we appoint, Mr. Speaker, those two persons in the post. But Mr. Speaker, I want to bring it home a little bit more. So you are appointed, oh God, you are appointed, but there are rules that govern you because your responsibility is to the members of the House Assembly. And you do what you feel you will do. And then you get in trouble, and then you want to put the responsibility on those of us who went through that 2.5, 3-month period of seeking the support and the confidence of the people, Mr. Speaker, to cover or save your skin when you didn't have the decency to get the go-ahead from us? Mr. Speaker, that's why I say close the door. Close it, Mr. Speaker, the door closed, all of them. Look around the door closed. Look around, the door them closed. Mr. Speaker, let us not continue to delay this thing. Let us deal with this matter, Mr. Speaker. The people expect us to deal with this matter. Mr. Speaker, what I heard tonight and yesterday, Mr. Speaker, but specifically today into tonight, Mr. Speaker, I heard perspective is important. Perspective is important depending on your vantage point, Mr. Speaker. Because I heard a different perspective of what courage means today. I heard that courage is not taking the easy road, but courage is challenging and having the ability to challenge those things that are put before us. Mr. Speaker, let us look at this and see if it weighs out. The elected members of the government, on the government side, and those of us over here, have a responsibility. This issue happened. A decision was made by the courts. What do you call that call, Mr. Speaker, when you're out there in the sea and you want help? A SOS was called for help. And Mr. Speaker, the people said, I don't want you to help this person who went and acted on their own. But Mr. Speaker, what we see presented is what I would consider the easy way out in this substantive resolution, because I don't want to take the responsibility to make a decision that was foundationally unsound in the first place. I rather bring it to the House and push it to a committee and give them one of three options to choose from. Mr. Speaker, that's courage? That's courage? What that sounds like to me, Mr. Speaker, is the very opposite of courage. What it sounds like to me, Mr. Speaker, is being cowardly, being afraid, being unable to deal with the issue at hand. Mr. Speaker, what I hear today, and what I was hoping to hear, Mr. Speaker, was reasons why this decision was taken, especially from the ministers, Mr. Speaker. How did we end up here? And who gave the authorization, Mr. Speaker? And you know, if it's one of us, two of us, three of us, Mr. Speaker, somebody own it, Mr. Speaker, and say, well, you know, it were we. But no, what I heard, Mr. Speaker, is we took the issue, and the issue is the Speaker being ordered by the court to pay fees in the tune of $120,000. That's what the court ordered. But what I heard is, well, I ain't seen nobody challenge the UK lawyers. I ain't seen nobody challenge the governor on Section 103. I ain't hear nobody say nothing about nothing surrounding nothing else. But what are you saying about this? Nothing. What have you said about this? Nothing. What is the matter before us, Mr. Speaker? It is this. If we want to deal with the governor and the COI and all, let me deal with them. Mr. Speaker, what is before us? This resolution, the substantial resolution, is this. That was erroneously done and presented on behalf of the members of the House of Assembly. What is before us and what's courage speak to, Mr. Speaker, is not to just hear. Not to just hear, Mr. Speaker, because hearing is the ability to receive sound. That's what hearing is. Listening, Mr. Speaker, is the ability to hear the song, process it, and interpret it unto understanding. So don't tell me you're hearing from constituents and you're hearing from people inside, outside, and wrong side, Mr. Speaker. Don't tell me you're hearing. Listen to them. Because if 1,200 plus people, and I know it would be much more, Mr. Speaker, could affix their name to a petition to tell us who stand up on the biscuit pan. My son, don't. My son, no. So, no. Honorable so-and-so, no. And we talking about courage when we running behind a piece of paper that filled with a lot of words that when you look at it in truth and in fact, Mr. Speaker, you're casting the blame and casting the responsibility to something else, and then still trying to, Mr. Speaker, hold members of this Honorable House Assembly responsible for a decision that we had nothing to do with. No, sir, not me, not today, not tonight. No, thank you. Mr. Speaker, blame and justification. What I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is if you have to go to the ends of the earth, Mr. Speaker, if you could find reason upon reason upon reason upon reason upon reason upon reason to try to say why something is right, Mr. Speaker, then you know it ain't right. Mr. Speaker, it wrong. It's clear as mud. It wrong. And we are in here fighting, some of us, Mr. Speaker, to prove that, this is the right decision. Come on. We are in here proving that when the people were here, we had information, Mr. Speaker, that was going to be presented that would change our minds and bring highlight to the situation, and we will be able to have a more educated decision or make a conscious effort to have a proper debate, because information was going. Where the information is, Mr. Speaker? Where is it? Sorry, Mr. Speaker. My English teachers will not be proud of me. Where is it, Mr. Speaker? To this day, where is it? And I believe, Mr. Speaker, when we make certain remarks to the public in this honorable house, we should be able to stand behind them. Don't tell me you're going to bring something. Where is it? We went from one piece of document to a whole new piece of document that says nothing more about what? Nothing that enlightened me or enlightened any of us that what we are doing is the right thing. Mr. Speaker, what you hear about the UK, you point finger at Amy. Don't look at me, look at he. Don't look at me, look at she. No. Let me look at us. Let us look at us, Mr. Speaker. The matter before the hand has to deal with one of us. Mr. Speaker, and as much as people, I heard members trying to talk about what's personal and what's personal, Mr. Speaker, if they're in a good conscience, some of the same members talk about what personal, have said personal things, Mr. Speaker, about the same speaker. You come in here now trying to walk tighty. Mr. Speaker, you're trying to walk tighty, like we don't know. Like the people don't know. Like the young people don't know. And then we choose in, Mr. Speaker, what we want to address when dealing with this specific matter. It all surrounds the same individual. The actions, Mr. Speaker, have been unchecked. The cat had never been bailed. The door wasn't closed. We close the door now. Throw some blows on this child, Mr. Speaker. Because I heard from a minister said, the actions need to be corrected. What are the corrective measures? When are they going to be enforced in place? Are we going to give 3 options like we have here? That you're supposed to do this or do this or do this? Are we going to do that, Mr. Speaker? Or are we just going to say it because it sounds good and we don't want to seem like we have courage to address the issue at hand? Mr. Speaker, is one thing when you talk about principle. Mr. Speaker, principle is not what you're being told to do. It's not what you're being advised to do. Principle resides in the character and the person of who you are. It doesn't change depending on the situation or the circumstance. You stand on principle because it's a solid foundation. It is built on a rock. On Christ, the solid rock I stand. All other ground is sinking sand. That's what principle means, Mr. Speaker. You can't tell me about principle when you know everything there we had talking about wrong. It wrong from the start, it wrong halfway through, it wrong halftime, it wrong in the 3rd quarter, it wrong in the 4th quarter, the end of the game wrong. It is still wrong, Mr. Speaker. And why are we talking about basketball? Look at that. Look at God. Thank you, Jesus. I touched on some of the issues last night, even to basketball. Commotion, confusion. Same individual. Everything you touch, you're mashing up. Creating a problem. Frustrating young people. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go there, but you know where my passion lies. My passion lies with young people. And what I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say this, because while I am saying this, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about young people here. We're talking about setting an example. We're talking about building institutions, Mr. Speaker, for people that are following us, Mr. Speaker. What example are we setting to young people? The Minister of Natural Resources and Labor was a teacher. My honorable cousin, the Junior Minister of Tourism, was a teacher, still is an educator because you never stop. The Honorable Premier is an education. He always will tell you over 3,000 students that he educated and taught. Mr. Speaker, these students are listening to us. These students are paying attention, Mr. Speaker. These students are in a position where some of them are even aspiring to be in political office or in positions of leadership. And Mr. Speaker, this is the example that we're setting. Trying to make wrong right because we don't want to courageously attack, bell the cat, throw some licks on the child, deal with the measures, let the man pay what the court ordered him to pay, Mr. Speaker. But we're here talking about principle or principal. Well, I know sometimes words get mixed up. So maybe I be talking about the school principals and not the principal with the PLE. Oh, I'm not sure. Mr. Speaker, it is not something that wavers. One time, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak to some young people. And we were talking about truths versus facts. And I pushed them to open their mind's eye to understand simple truth could be what you believe depending on what is happening. Facts could be facts depending on what is happening and where you are. So I pushed their minds, Mr. Speaker, and I asked them to consider categorical truth versus fact. And categorical truth does not change. Facts change depending on what is happening. Fact is, right now we have a population of about 30,000 people. That's a fact. And we could put 30,000 flat. There might be 5 children born in the morning. We have a population now. The fact is, we have a population of 30+ thousand. Mr. Speaker, it changes depending on what happened. But principle and truths don't change. They do not change, they cannot change, and they will not change. There is nothing that has happened from the beginning to the ending of this whole situation that anyone so far has been able to say or prove or will be able to say or prove that would change the fact that this whole situation started wrong. And when you do and make decisions on your own accord, you must have the responsibility to deal with the consequences that lie therein. Mr. Speaker, this motion, this new resolution, amended resolution, now says to us what should happen. Let's don't kick this can down the road. Mr. Speaker, you know what we're saying and what I've heard today? We're saying now with this committee, from the original substantial bill, from this committee, they're going to sit now and have to review the facts and look at it. Mr. Speaker, a committee of the House. I went to school in the States, Mr. Speaker, specifically in the South in Miami. None of us, Mr. Speaker, is lawyers. So you're telling me you're going to take up 3 to 5 members of this honorable House to go waste time. Then we're going to have to seek the legal documents. We're going to have to seek legal advice, which is going to cost who? Ding, 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 ding. Again, the taxpayers. To come to a conclusion. Some more money on top of the 120? Mr. Speaker, we going to kill the people? Mr. Speaker, are we going to kill the people who gave us this responsibility to represent us by going into committee to sit down to discuss what a court already ruled on? No. No, Mr. Speaker, that ain't right. That's a waste of human resource. That's a waste of every resource, so let's not do it. That's what this resolution said. Let's take a vote on this thing. Let's shut it down. Close it. Done. Finito. Fin. No more. Nada. Nadie. Ningún. Leave it alone. Leave it alone, Mr. Speaker. The people calling for it outside of the court, Mr. Speaker. The people calling for you to leave this thing alone. They come here, they march, and you take them for fool. You carry them to 7 o'clock at night. When they get tired and hungry and sleepy, they go home. Mr. Speaker, judgment days are coming. And all of us going to be responsible and accountable for our actions. Mr. Speaker, my good friend, the Minister of Education, that's my good friend, said he had some time to sleep last night. I never saw him. I never seen my good friend in the state that he was in, and I don't want to go over that again, but I never seen him look as tired and exhausted, and he said it today that he's been a little bit weary over the last 2 days. But Mr. Speaker, he said he got some time to rest and reflect, and he got some downloads. Mr. Speaker, he got downloads and I got some recalls. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when you're preaching and teaching and dealing with people, you want to assess and reassess the things that happened during your day, the encounters you had. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I recalled and assessed from last night, Mr. Speaker, we talk about a cartoon. The cartoon is a bullying tactic. That's what it was. That's what it is. And the right thing to do was pull it down. It was pulled down. That's the right thing to do. Because you can try to interpret what you intend to do or what you want to make it do when everybody knows what it do. But you pull it down. But Mr. Speaker, in this house, I recall last night, it was an attempt to bully me. But I got a problem, Mr. Speaker. I have a serious problem. I don't know if because I don't know if it's because of my short stature, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. I always been, my ruler broke from time I was 13 years old. I never get a taller, Mr. Speaker.
I remember.
Yes, sir?
I have a question.
I can't hear you, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have a question because are we on the motion that the member is doing, or are we on a motion before? Because
Mr. Speaker, I am drawing reference to both. So we're on the new motion.
Okay.
We're on the new, but I have to reference, Mr. Speaker, what was posed before.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about bullying. And it seemed, after I reassessed and looked back, it was attempted. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, because of my short stature. I don't know. is because a shot, and I don't know, I guess it might look like you could do what you want. Mr. Speaker, how you the bully a tumble? How you a bully a bull, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I said it before, and the Lord, good Lord, know why He put these things in my mouth and in my mind to say. I said it last week, Thursday. I said it Monday. I will not bow to any master or cower to any threat. Mr. Speaker, last night in this honorable house, making my contributions, Mr. Speaker. And if we go to standing orders, if a member says he's not yielding, what's supposed to happen, Mr. Speaker? I leave that with you. But I think the people know what's supposed to happen if a member said he is not yielding, after yielding the first time, Mr. Speaker. Because we've seen it happen in this house. A member on the opposite side says he's not yielding, and the ruling was, member, standing order, such and such, declare such and such, so you must sit down and let the member continue. Mr. Speaker, I said on more than one occasion I was not yielding. But Mr. Speaker, what I'm not going to do is let anybody intimidate me, Mr. Speaker. Because leadership is supposed to be one that motivates, one that encourages, and one that inspires, not one that manipulates, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this new amendment that has been brought before this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, it is again another opportunity, because God is a God of second and third and fourth chance. Another opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for us to reconsider, reassess our principles, take some time to Google and fully appreciate the meaning of courage. See where we are and have been trying to justify wrong. Look at the fact of whether our principle, Mr. Speaker, is in fact ours, or our principle is being influenced by outside forces. Mr. Speaker, you have to be absolutely sure that nobody takes your voice. Because when you lose your voice, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to get it back. When you are able to just regurgitate what has been said to you or told to you, Mr. Speaker, it puts you in a very, very challenging and difficult position. And the one voice, outside of the voice of God, that should be guiding and governing us, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable house, is that of the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, the story of David and Goliath is a real story. It's a real story, Mr. Speaker, because even when it seems that there's no way out, God provides a way out. And God allows you to conquer your enemies, the Goliaths in your life. He said in His word, Mr. Speaker, that we must trample upon the heads of snakes and scorpions. Mr. Speaker, the only way to properly deal with a snake is to cut the head of the snake off. Because whether it may be or seemingly be a little garden snake, if unchecked, becomes a bigger snake. If not removed, Mr. Speaker, comes to a point where they feel that they have control of the territory and are able to do what they want. Even, Mr. Speaker, attacked you or put your life and those around you in jeopardy. Mr. Speaker, this decision for this amended amendment simply states, Mr. Speaker, that he who carried out his own assignment, God rest his soul. Mr. Speaker, when I was younger, my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, Albert Daniel Klein, I couldn't go where he used to go. But I always wanted to follow him. He used to walk with solid waste as a beach warden. And when I see Daddy on the beach, I would run behind him and try to help him because I know at the end of it I will get at least $1, a little 50 cents to buy a special for Miss Shanna or Miss Carrie. You know Miss Shanna? Okay, good. So, Mr. Speaker, one time he ended up with the guys who were in the fields. They ended up down by the wedding bar down in King Garden Bay. And I was not permitted to go inside. I was but a little child. But I followed my grandfather, so I know a child's place was to stay outside. And my grandfather came, it was payday or Friday afternoon. I never forget it. And my grandfather come in, he said, Plumber, we know you get a government check. Because his name was Dan Plummer Klein. We know you get a government check. Drinks on you. He said, that's how you feel, Ada. And every man in them, Mr. Speaker, ordered them drink. I watched my grandfather go on the side. And he ordered his drink. And when he done order his drink, Mr. Speaker, he pay for your drink. And them say, Plumber, what you doing? He said, who order gonna pay? I don't order and I pay. What you order, you pay for. Who said, now this order, let them pay, Mr. Speaker? Who said, now this order, we'll let them pay, because it wasn't the people of the Virgin Islands that sent it out. And that's what this resolution, this amendment is saying, Mr. Speaker. Let us hold the Honorable Speaker accountable and responsible. Let us not break down the institutions by interfering or trying to interfere in a decision that was made. Let us not even use another iota of our resources to consider doing anything else, Mr. Speaker, because we are, in fact, in a position where we are still under, what do you call it, this inquiry. We have heightened the attention that now focuses on the BVI. And Mr. Speaker, this British Virgin Islands are a very core sector. The primary sector for which we earn our resources, the financial services sector, is one that is based on principle and honesty, on the rule of law, on being able to, Mr. Speaker, operate business according to the law. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray and I hope that yet again members' conscience will consider this amendment, which is where we should have been in the first place. Because, Mr. Speaker, even through all of this, we are now incurring costs. It is costing the people. Us here debating now 3 days. make a decision, Mr. Speaker. Make a decision that we know is principally right, is foundationally right, Mr. Speaker. And let the will of the people prevail. Let the voice of the people, Mr. Speaker, stand. And Mr. Speaker, let us not allow the outside forces to change our perspective, to change our truths for facts, and to take us, Mr. Speaker, from the bank to the river. Because while we may say and feel a little bit prideful that we're willing to make a decision that we know will go against us, but we don't have any facts to support while we're going against the people, Mr. Speaker. It will be a very, very, very interesting time that we will have. Mr. Speaker, the history of the Virgin Islands will be written. Minutes will be recorded. And for those that will come after us, those who are looking at us, it will be important to see which side of this decision our integrity, our principle, and our character lies, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, member of the second. We're still open for debate. Seeing none, I'll call on the option leader to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to, before I officially wrap up the debate on this amended motion, I want to firstly thank the honorable members who spoke on this amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for the territorial member and Minister for Trade, Junior Minister for Trade, I want to thank her for her contribution. Mr. Speaker, for reiterating the points that we cannot afford for a territory to descend into anarchy, Mr. Speaker. And the premise, the entire premise of this amendment is that we must respect the rule of law, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we are lawmakers. We are elected to this honorable house to pass laws, the laws of the land, Mr. Speaker. And as lawmakers, we have a duty, we have a responsibility to ensure at all times, all of us as honorable members respect the rule of law in this land, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for reiterating that point, Mr. Speaker, and that's the premise for which this resolution was brought. Speaker, I also want to thank the honorable member for speaking her truth and speaking the way she feels about the circumstances surrounding this, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I continue to say this in this honorable house. The first call of duty by any one of us, any of the 13 of us who are elected is to serve this honorable house, not to be junior minister for this, minister for that. Those are appointments, and they can be taken away. The only person who could take away your appointment to this house is the people of the territory who sent us to this honorable house through the vote, through the electoral process, Mr. Speaker. And we have to respect the voice of the people that sent us to this honorable house. And no member should ever be fearful of retribution, fearful of reprisal from anyone, respecting once you stand firm on your duty to this house and your duty to the people who sent you to this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for her courage to speak on behalf of the people of this territory and speak our truth, despite the intimidation or the fear of reprisal, as she so clearly stated. The people of this territory are the ones who send us here. And we must all times respect and execute the will of the people. And that's been loud and clear in this. The loud and clear in the contribution made by the Honourable Member Flax Charles. Speaker, I grew up in a community, Speaker, you know that community very well. Grew up around some people who have instructed and instilled some very strong and principled values in my life, Mr. Speaker. My grandparents, both sides, the Malone and Penn clan, Flossie and Obel, and like mother's side, the Fret and Balak clan, Misol, and Henry John Balak, blessed memory, all 4, 5. And Mr. Speaker, our community of persons who raised me on principle. I hear a lot of talk tonight about principle and principled decision and about courage, Mr. Speaker. That you have to have, and my parents, Mr. Speaker, both my stepdad, my daddy firm, and my mom, that you have to have the principle and courage to make not the easy decision like it's being touted, not the popular decision that is being touted, but the right decision, even if it means standing alone, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague to my left for standing shoulder to shoulder with me to ensure that this institution that we have been afforded the privilege, it's not a right, it's not something that's willed to us, though some persons believe they could just will it to somebody and they get elected, Speaker. It's a privilege It's a privilege that many persons fought, many persons toiled to make sure that we could sit in this honorable house. May I administer the will of the territory and the people of this territory based on rule of law, based on our Constitution, based on our standing orders, based on the laws of the land, not based on our feelings, not based on what we think or what we don't think. We are a country of laws. We're a country of rules, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to respect the laws of the land. We have to respect the institution who is guarded with the responsibility to adjudicate the laws that we in this honorable house pass, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot use our power or influence or numbers to circumvent any of these institutions, which are the hallmark of any democracy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, democracies are fragile. We have an awesome responsibility to protect, to preserve democracy in the Virgin Islands, to protect and preserve the integrity of every institution in this beloved Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. The House of Assembly should not be used as a tool to tinker, to interfere with the independence of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. The judiciary has made a decision. It has adjudicated. It has afforded the honorable member due process, Mr. Speaker. A decision was made. Mr. Speaker, I urge, I plead with my honorable colleagues. This is a defining moment for all of us in this honorable house. It's a defining moment for the rule of law in this territory. We are at the precipice of a constitutional crisis, Mr. Speaker, if we move in this direction. Mr. Speaker, we are about to set precedent that is unheard of, and I stand corrected, Honorable Attorney General. If you could find precedents in this House where this Honorable House has the authority to circumvent the judicial branch, circumvent the executive branch, circumvent the Constitution, circumvent the laws of this land, which this House, either through imperial legislation or has the responsibility to enact or pass, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, this is a defining moment for all of us, politically. People are listening. People are watching. People expect us to make a decision, not hide behind a committee, not talk about bringing forward alternative facts. When the facts were adjudicated in a court of law, the area where facts on legal matters are adjudicated. Make us speak, Mr. Speaker. We cannot hide behind any tree or whatever we hide behind that these days. I notice the gallery is conspicuously missing members. Can't hide from the people. Can't hide from your responsibilities or your duties in this house. Every man, woman in this house has to be counted for this defining decision in the life of this house, the life of this institution, the life of the Constitution, and preserving the integrity of all three branches of government, Mr. Speaker. It's no time to hide, Mr. Speaker. All and every vote must be counted, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues, let us do the right thing. Let us dispose of this matter. Allow the judicial system its independence. We're going to set a precedent that we cannot turn back from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my conscience at the end of this vote will be clear, because I did all I could, gave all opportunity to ensure that as a house, that we don't go down this treacherous and destructive path for our institution, for our territory, and for future generations of Virgin Islanders. Mr. Speaker, I would reiterate again, Mr. Speaker, the motion before us, and I want to place on the public record, again, because I believe it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we must dispatch of this matter. We must respect the will of the court, the judicial system. We must respect the will of the people. The will of the people who have come to us in the way of petition, who come to us in the way of the many interactions concerning this matter. We can't hide behind no committee that has no authority to adjudicate this matter. Leave it alone, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, let me leave this thing alone. Leave that alone. Let us move forward. Remember you had a time to get a chance to speak it and contribute. Speaker, I'm going to reiterate this resolution for the last time, for the last and final time. Mr. Speaker, so the people in this entire Virgin Islands who's listening, in, around, internationally, regionally, could hear clearly what is before this House for a decision. Mr. Speaker, whereas the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is constituted by the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 to make decisions for the peace, order, and good governance of the people of the territory. Whereas the House of Assembly recognizes the three branches of government and the independence and functions of each branch. Whereas the House of Assembly respects the judiciary as an independent branch of government and is committed to ensuring that it maintains its independence in this territory. Whereas the judiciary of the Virgin Islands has made a decision that the Honorable Speaker shall pay the costs incurred personally in an application for an injunction brought by the Honorable Speaker without the consent of the House of Assembly, the Attorney General, and the Minister of Finance. Whereas the court found that no public purpose has been gained by the application of the Honorable Speaker, and that he had acted unreasonably in bringing the proceedings. Whereas the Honorable Speaker was given the opportunity to prove by way of affidavit evidence that his actions were in the public's interest, and the court, having considered his arguments on their merits, dismissed same. Whereas it is without doubt that the Honorable Speaker was afforded due process in the courts of the Virgin Islands, which are charged with giving due process to its citizens. Whereas the cost awarded against the Honorable Speaker is a personal bill for which he is liable and should not be charged on the consolidated fund, the people's purse. Whereas the House of Assembly is committed to ensuring that the rule of law is observed in the Virgin Islands, and every man, woman, and child respects the court and its decisions. And whereas the public outcry and discontent with the prospect of paying the Honorable Speaker's private bill is clear, and the House of Assembly represents and respects the will of the people of the territory. Therefore, be it resolved that the decision of Justice Jack in the matter of the Honorable Julian Willock v. the Right Honorable Sir Hickenbottom and others delivered on the 30th of September 2021 shall stand undisturbed by this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, the resolution is before us. The people have spoken clearly on their position. The facts have been clearly adjudicated in a court of law. The Speaker of this honorable House was afforded the opportunity via affidavit to prove that, one, he acted in accordance on behalf of the people of this territory. He was granted permission to act in the capacity that he acted, and on all stands, he was given due process and failed to do so. The court ruled and made a decision on the 30th of September 2021, Mr. Speaker, after adjudicating all the facts before the court, Mr. Speaker. The court is an independent institution of government, as is the House of Assembly, as is the executive. Mr. Speaker, we have to maintain the integrity of our institutions. I plead with the honorable members of this honorable House. Let's stand on principle, as you all have so eloquently said. Let us make a decision, not one that is going to set a precedent for the life of this territory, not one that is going to undermine the credibility of the very institutions we aim to protect and build. Let us respect the rule of law, the voice of the people, and vote to disband and allow the decision of the court to stand, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. A motion has been moved to amend present motion and second. Those in favor? Those against? The nays have it. The noes have it. A division of votes is being called. Madam Clerk.
Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, member for the 6th District. Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles, territorial member. Aye. Honorable Shari B. De Castro, territorial member.
Nay.
Honorable Andrew A. Foy, member for the 1st District. Honorable Julian Fraser, member for the 3rd District. Honorable Parvin Malone, territorial member.
No.
Honorable Marlon A. Penn, member for the 8th District.
Yes.
Honorable Kai M. Reimer, member for the 5th District.
No.
Honorable Neville A. Smith, territorial member. Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, member for the 2nd District. Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, member for the 4th District. Honorable Natalia Whitley, member for the 7th District.
Oh.
Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, member for the 9th District.
to count from the division of votes, we have 3 yes, 5 noes, and 4 absent. The motion has been defeated. I call on the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, it shows true democracy in the House. And Mr. Speaker, I do respect what the leader of opposition have to do in his role. And Mr. Speaker, we know it is a very sensitive matter. But Mr. Speaker, before I go, I have a few amendments to make to the original motion. So I would ask if we can follow very carefully with those amendments. Mr. Speaker, the first amendment, as we reach and we see the fourth whereas, after the fourth whereas, which it says whereas certain persons, and I wouldn't be too long, Mr. Speaker, at all. So whereas certain persons without having been enrolled in the Virgin Islands as legal practitioners may have been engaged as such by the said Commissioner of Inquiry currently taking place in the territory. Right after that whereas, Mr. Speaker, I've been advised that it would be best to move up, Mr. Speaker, not the very next whereas, but the third whereas after that, that says originally, whereas the said attorneys have since belated. So we're going to move that up right under the one that says territory. Everyone is clear with that? And Mr. Speaker, when we move that up, though, we're going to have to change some language in it. So it should now read, whereas, take out the word the, whereas two of the, add the word two of the,
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the Premier seeking to amend the substantial bill that has been debated before this House?
He is doing that as he speaks, asking for amendment.
only as a matter of tightening up.
Not changing the body of it, just the typo.
In our briefings, the leader of opposition can state that we've been advised by the Attorney General to change for sorting, tightening up, and Speaker, you were part of that meeting. So there's,
I just want to, for clarity, the Attorney General gave a suggestion on that in terms of the ability to be able to do that. Whether I support it or not, that's something different. I just want to make sure that it's clear that is something that the Attorney General suggested in my presence.
That is clear.
Just want to make sure that's clear.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, attorneys always recommend. So, Mr. Speaker, I did take the recommendation, and it says, whereas two of the, putting the word two of the said attorneys, take out the word have since belatedly. So it should read, whereas two of the said attorneys applied to the High Court to be admitted to practice as solicitors in the territory. And then, Mr. Speaker, add in on 15 June.
Honorable Premier, please wait a minute. The clock is.
No. Just follow me. Yeah. Whereas two of the said attorneys take out the word have since belatedly and continue, apply to the High Court to be admitted to practice as solicitors in the territory on 15 June 2021. And then there's some other words to add in. And one applied to be admitted as a barrister and there's a more. One applied to be a barrister in the territory, and one one applied to be admitted, sorry, as a barrister in this territory, not this territory, on 29 June 2021. And it goes on, which application? No, the first one is on 15 June 2021. Okay. So let me read it as it should be. The whole thing would be saying now. Whereas two of the said attorneys, thank you, Madam Clerk, applied to the High Court to be admitted to practice as solicitors in the territory on 15 June 2021, and one applied to be admitted as a barrister in this territory on 29 June 2021, which applications remain pending, and by making such application substantiates the fact that those persons may have been practicing law in the Virgin Islands contrary to the requirements of the laws of the Virgin Territory, and the time and the Honorable Speaker filed at the time that the Honorable Speaker filed the matter in court. Right, in courts, yes. Thank you so much. There's some other suggested amendments which I have accepted. Right after that, now where it will be now, it says, whereas the Honorable Speaker of this Honorable House commenced an action, just cross out the words in his official capacity, to prevent those said persons possibly acting as legal practitioners in contravention of the aforesaid laws. That would, yeah. You see the paragraph now that would be after. If you look on the paper where it ends with the word territory, well, that paragraph now, the new paragraph will go right after that. So the paragraph after that now would say, whereas the Honorable Speaker of this Honorable House commenced an action and take out in his official capacity. Now the whereas down on the bottom of the page, this, take out the words, having acted in his official capacity as Speaker. And then in terms of, after you finish with that, one, and you turn the page, in A, there was no express take off the ED. In B, there was no express take off the ED. In C, there was no express take off the ED. And down in the note, therefore be it resolved. In 1A, take off the ED off expressed. And the same thing for B, take off the ED off expressed. And for C, take off the ED off of expressed. And also, in terms of the now therefore be it resolved, there's a number 3. After speaking with some members, and also the Speaker would verify that we did have conversation with a few members. So number 3 would be the members of the Special Select Committee are, Honorable Mac Vanterpool, which we spoke to, and he agreed. Honorable Julian Fraser, and Honorable Vincent Whitley. Speaker, you will bear me out that you also, I was able to give the phone to you, and Honorable Vanterpool confirmed. Because the standing order said also that you have to list the quorum. So that was also amendment number 4. The quorum of the special committee will be 2. That'll be a new number 4. The quorum, because the standing order specifically states, as I read them, that the quorum has to be listed in the motion. The quorum of the special committee will be 2. Mr. Speaker, those are the amendments to the motion. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, stand on a point of information, Mr. Speaker, and a point of privilege. Mr. Speaker, these changes that have been made to this motion that has been debated extensively are substantive changes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need clarity not just for myself, for this House, for the people who are listening to this debate, to know where the standing is in the standing orders, to be able to make the substantive changes that we're seeing here. And what is the next step after this, Mr. Speaker? Is this going to open back up this process for debate? Because this is substantive changes and moving around of this particular motion. This has totally changed the scope of the motion that was debated before this House. And the Premier cannot wrap up a debate on a motion that is substantively different from the motion that was debated by this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. This House needs clarity. The honorable members who are now, who is said it's okay to place them on this committee. What's the standing for this? I've never seen this in a select committee where we amend the motion on the floor and then place the honorable members, Mr. Speaker, of a special select committee like this. So this House needs an explanation, Honorable AG. The people of this territory needs an explanation, and we need to understand the point in standing orders, and we need to understand what is the next step after these substantive changes to a motion that has been materially debated, materially ventilated, and only left now based on the members who are available for the Premier to wrap up. And this Honorable House needs that very clear and detailed explanation, and the people of the territory also needs that explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member would know that the amendments are merely cosmetic. But if the member has issues with it, Mr. Speaker, I can leave the motion as is. And, Mr. Speaker, if the member sees it that is an issue, I'll leave the motion as is. And then we'll just pass as is if the member have an issue with it.
Recognize option leader.
The Speaker, is irrelevant whether I have an issue or not, because my position on this motion is very clear. For this institution of the House, if we're making these type of changes, we need to understand what are they rooted in. How are we able to make these type of wholesale changes to a resolution that's been ventilated almost in its entirety? The Honorable Attorney General, who is a legal advisor to this House, has a responsibility to explain to the House if this is grounded in the standing orders and the basis for these type of changes. What is the next step if this is for these type of wholesale changes? It's not what I want. The Premier is the leader of government business. It's his motion. He's made an amendment. We need to understand what this amendment means for us and for the House, and the people need to understand this, Mr. Speaker.
Before some, Mr. Speaker, the House does reserve the right to make amendments. So these would go as amendments to the substantial motion that's covered under the standing order. But, Mr. Speaker, it would cause it to go back into debate. So, Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, I so move that we withdraw the amendments and we leave the substantial motion as is, since it's already debated, and I move that motion.
Somebody second the motion?
Nick.
We can just move another motion.
Just say that, you just say you don't need.
I recognize the member the second. And what reason you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the point of privilege and a point of order to this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know what motion is before the House now to let it stay as is. Mr. Speaker, we are now at the 99th hour seeking to amend the motion that has been amended already by the government, debated by majority of members of the House Assembly, and we just were hoping that it would just go so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker, because I don't understand how it is that at this late stage.
Member of the second, I will have to interrupt you for a second. And my reason for interrupting you, member of the second, because we had a session with the AG, along with the leader of opposition and the leader of government. And it was suggested to make some cosmetic changes. Right. But the honorable member has now just said he will not make the cosmetic change since it have to go into debate again. That's a simple scenario.
Mr. Speaker, I understand and I appreciate and I will use my right to speak. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, a suggestion is different than putting it into motion, which would then change the dynamic of what we have done in this honorable House. So that is the point that I'm making, Mr. Speaker. It is a simple point that I'm making, not to say that the discussion wasn't had. But if we were seeking to do such, Mr. Speaker, that would create another area of conflict in this honorable House.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the word would be conflict. I would think the word would be out of seat, continuation. So, because it's allowed under the order, the standing order, the member is correct. If you amend an order paper, and a motion, sorry, thank you so much. If you amend a motion, thank you, AG, then the motion has to be redebated. But the standing order allows amendments. But we'll move on to that. Mr. Speaker, I'll just round up. I don't think it'll take me 10 minutes itself to round up because I think all who have debated today has debated quite well. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say first of all that I think that the House has matured quite well and continues to mature. And as I close with this, Mr. Speaker, I just want to state that no one is setting aside the decision of the judge. This doesn't do it at all. The House has a legal scope to always identify the Speaker. And not saying the House will do it or do it not. The law allows the House to do that. And Mr. Speaker, the House has the legal authority to ratify the Speaker if it so chooses to exercise such authority. And the leader of the opposition's motion, Mr. Speaker, which was well placed for his intentions, is one that leans to suggest exempt rather than the indemnify the Speaker, which the law and House is afforded by law to do, but is subject for the recommendations, which is what a select committee would have had to be doing anyway. No one is criticizing the judge at all. That's not our scope. Although in law, I'm sure there is a case study or case studies or instances that would allow for such. But that's not the intent of this motion at all, nor to evaluate to set aside the judgment. The only action the substantial motion seeks is to allow for a fact-finding mission of the actions to be determined whether or not the facilitating of the payment can be undertaken or not, or should the facilitating of the payment should be undertaken or not. So that's the main thing with it. So what I would put to you, Mr. Speaker, is I want to thank members for this. I feel that the select committee will bring out what it has to bring out. And Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion is on the floor and for it to be voted on with the select committee as is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The motion has been moved and second. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been passed. Division of votes.
Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles, Honorable Shari B. de Castro,
Aye.
Honorable Andrew A. Foy,
Aye.
Honorable Julian Fraser, Honorable Calvin Malone, Honorable Marlon A. Penn,
No.
Honorable Kai M. Reimer, excuse me,
Aye.
Honorable Neville A. Smith, sorry, Honorable Neville A. Smith, yes. Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull,
No.
Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, Honorable Natalia D. Wheatley,
Aye.
sorry, Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
On the division of votes, we have 5 yes, 2 noes, 5 absent. The motion has been passed. Thank you. Honorable members, honorable members, the House will go into recess until tomorrow, Friday, midday, Friday the 4th. House is on recess. Midday.